There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable Kachalia, honorable members, the Honorable Kachalia.
House Chair, yesterday I left the House in unseemly haste without acknowledging respectfully the Chair. I'd like to apologize for that.
Can you come again, Honorable Kachalia?
Yesterday, I left the House in unseemly haste without acknowledging respectfully the House Chair. I'd like to apologize for that.
Apology accepted, Honorable Kachalia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly due to the resignation of Mr. D.F. Mtenjana, Mr. H.A. Shembeni, Ms. S.M. Mohoto, and Ms. C.C.S. Mutsipe have been filled by the nominations of Ms. N.M. Mhlongo, Mr. M. Shrikwambana, Mr. M. Tetwa, and Mr. M. Mani, respectively, with effect from the 1st of June 2023. The members made and subscribed the oath in the Speaker's office. I welcome you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. You're welcome. But I'm aware that one of the newest members is not present here. So he will have to stand alone when he comes here and introduce himself to the House. Thank you very much. The first item on the order paper is the motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members. I hereby move that the House suspends Rule 290, subsection 2A, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days to have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled for the Three working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled for the purpose of conducting the second reading today on the appropriation bill. I so move, honorable House Chair and the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Motion agreed to. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on annual performance plans 2023-2024 of Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and entities, and budget vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development.
Honorable members, this is a report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on budget vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. As has been the practice with other budget reports, There will be no declaration of votes on this report. I will allow parties to indicate their objections should they wish to do so. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopts this report. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Report agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriation Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Ha ke lebohe modulasetulo, ke itsitsinya hore ntlo ena e amohele tlaleho ena, ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honorable.
Honorable House Chair, the EFF objects the report.
Objection noted. No further objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
First reading debate appropriation bill.
Thank you very much. The Honorable N.S. Buthelezi is invited to the podium.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Zakhamuzi zaseNingizimu Africa. The ANC supports the 2023 Appropriation Bill. We support the bill because it protects lives and livelihoods. With all the external and internal shocks, the ANC government continues to prioritize the economically marginalized by providing 51% of non-interest consolidated expenditure, a whopping 3.6 trillion rand over the MTF as a social wage. We agree with Tata Mandela when he says, I quote, "A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones," unquote. The social wage is meant to live the dream of Madiba, protect the most vulnerable of our society. Let me pause here and pay tribute to the gallant students who 47 years ago decided that enough was enough. They could not allow the apartheid monster to mess up with their future. They said, I quote, "We'll take them head on and stop the mess visited to us and our country," unquote. The mess of the dromedaries, the Goedhoop and the Reger, those three vessels which landed in 1652, had to stop. That's the mess that even today we're still trying to clean. The disaster and pandemonium of Bantu Education, Separate Amenities Act, Land Act, Group Areas Act, etc., had to be stopped. Although some would like us to forget, the reality of homelessness, poverty, miseducation is still with us. Landlessness is a reality lived by the majority of indigenous people of this country. Palpable poverty of Khayelitsha, Hanover Park, Alexander, KwaZakhele is there for everyone to see. As the ANC, this is what we resolve to solve. A mess of 350 years. Uma City, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and people shall share in the country's wealth. We also meant all South Africans must benefit from the wealth of this country. Abantu abamnyama bangavalelwa ngaphandle. Ningabi amagovu. There's enough to share in this country. As we debate this budget, we should always remember that we are reaping the dividends of the gallant fighters, the young martyrs who faced the apartheid regime. We are talking about the unarmed children killed by the white supremacist apartheid, who were hell-bent to defend the indispensable. Racial segregation and oppression. This bill proposes a total appropriation of 1.1 trillion rand this year and 3.3 trillion rand over the MTF. This represents non-interest spending increase of 128.4 billion rand over the next 3 years compared to 2022 budget. This happens despite the exogenous shocks like the Ukraine-Russian war. Chairperson, the growth of the economy is very important if we are to solve the problems of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and economic exclusion. Therefore, the budget as a whole is growth enhancing. The President, His Excellency Ramaphosa, has identified infrastructure as an important catalyst to grow our economy. Robert Peters, President and CEO of Innocent of Transportation, commenting about the importance of infrastructure, argues, I quote, "Infrastructure is the backbone of a healthy economy. The economy needs reliable infrastructure to connect supply chains and efficiently move goods and services across borders. Infrastructure connects households to higher quality opportunities for employment, healthcare, and education. It is this realization that makes the ANC-led government allocate 903 billion rand for infrastructure in the 2023 MTF period. This will build roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, police stations, dams, etc. Infrastructure build programs provide opportunities to SMMEs, job opportunities to young people, increase work opportunities in the most rural areas of our country. This also helps to crowd in private sector investments. Amongst these infrastructure, honorable members, so that people can go in touch, there's the Tzanini Dam wall in Limpopo, valued at 555 million rand and due for completion in December 2024. The Clan William Dam to improve water supply for agriculture and farmers in the West Coast, here in the Western Cape. Just to remind some of others that Western Cape is still part of South Africa, that's why we allocate money to the Western Cape. This will cost 4 billion rand and massive job opportunities here in the Western Cape. We welcome the intervention in rural areas, mainly Eastern Cape, KZN, Northwest, and Limpopo. 3.8 billion rand will be spent and 96 bridges will be built. The sight of our children crossing flooded rivers should be the things of the past once this program is finished. There are many other infrastructure projects in education, police, transport, water, and that are underway. The majority of these projects are outside major cities and towns. They are mainly in the rural areas. This helps in dealing with the economic divide created by apartheid, resulting in the two economies that President Mbeki spoke about. When President Ramaphosa delivered ARP in this house in 2020, he said, I quote, "Our infrastructure build program will focus on social infrastructure, such as schools, water, sanitation, and housing for the benefit of our people," unquote. He continued to say, quote, "We'll focus on critical network infrastructure, such as ports, roads, and rail that are key to our economy's competitiveness," unquote. Honorable members, who can then argue that we have not lived up to this commitment? You can take a short left and see for yourself this is happening. My comrades after me will be illustrating that the ANC is on the ground responding to the socio-economic challenges facing our people through many infrastructure projects. We've been upfront that government alone cannot deal with all these problems without the participation of other social partners. Hence, the president argued, quote, "To turn our economy around and create the millions of jobs needed cannot be achieved by government alone. With this in mind, we would work with our social partners to finalize a comprehensive social compact to grow the economy, create jobs, and combat hunger," unquote. Honorable members, indeed, the social partners have come to the party. From the 5th investment conference, we reached 1.51 trillion rand in pledges, surpassing our target by 26%. From these conferences, we're having projects by private sector already providing jobs to our people. For instance, 10 factories in the new Tshwane SEZ are operational and already employing 2,500 workers. An investment of 1.7 billion rand by SA poultry associations are some of the examples. These and many other projects are responding to the ARP clarion call to localize, localize, and localize. This has gone hand in hand with the promotion of Black industrialists, as we heard from the Deputy Minister Gina about the Lighthouse Footwear Factory in Stenga. More lighthouses to produce more shoes are needed. To import 75% of shoes is undesirable and impact negatively on the economy and job creation. Honorable members, the DTIC group provided about 30 billion rand worth of incentives industrial funding to encourage localization. We are also seeing positive correlation between intensified localization and exports. No wonder that for the first time in South Africa crossed the 2 trillion rand export mark. These are positive stories for the economy because it means more jobs are created locally than sustaining other people's economies. The appropriation bill we are dealing with today is aimed at accelerating all these initiatives. Therefore, voting against these bills means that we are saying no to lighthouses in Stenga. Tshelani abantu ukuthi nithi nina isibhedlela sasePolokwane singakhiwa. Nithi idamu lasemzimvubu namatoho azovela khona anihambisani nakho. Nithi uhulumeni akagoqe izandla angangeneleli. You are voting against the rural bridges to help the children who are against all odds cross rivers and rivulets in search of education. Chairperson, the presidential employment stimulus is one of the very successful interventions providing young people with necessary skills and work experience. Over 1 million people have benefited from this intervention. Youth Capital, Organization of Young People, says, quote, the success of the PS is well documented, and more specifically, the critical role the Basic Education Employment Initiative in providing quality work experience, extra resources to schools, and increased spending in local economies. Siyabonga, Happy Youth Month, Kosibusisa intsha yaseNingizimu Afrika ne-Afrika jikelele. We support the bill. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Cheleze. The Honorable Judge.
Thank you, Chairperson. When the Minister delivered his budget in February, the outlook for our economy was bleak, with growth expected to slow over the medium term to average 1.4% over the next 3 years. First quarter growth this year is 0.4%. Our economy is underperforming an already low projection. Like every other economy, ours was heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian war on Ukraine that disrupted supply chains and fueled inflation. Unlike other economies, ours is not resilient, and sentiment continues to deteriorate, a result of government not responding. If our economy does not grow, the projected revenue will not be collected, the amounts available for expenditure will be overstated, and will need to be reduced when the budget is adjusted in October. That means less money for service delivery. Government's poor policy choices have locked out growth, and this cannot be fixed without a change in government. The ANC is stuck on its pursuit of a so-called developmental state when it is clear that an incompetent, corrupt, and dysfunctional government will never generate growth, reduce unemployment, or lift the millions of South Africans trapped in poverty by a government positioned in the wrong place at the center of our economy. To generate growth, government must focus on delivering the crucial elements that an economic ecosystem needs: infrastructure, education, healthcare, safety, a viable social security net, and sensible foreign policy. Government has failed on every requirement. Our roads, railways, and ports are neglected. Our children cannot read for meaning. Billions already spent on healthcare has delivered broken hospitals. SAPS is starved of money as crime steadily increases. Our defense force is decimated, and vulnerable South Africans cannot rely on the social support they need. A series of policy blunders has brought our economy to its knees. Cadres deployed into jobs they're unable to do cost an additional 30 billion rand each year for consultants to do what they can't. A failed Black economic empowerment model that made politically connected cronies extremely rich now prohibits employment of particular race groups. State-owned enterprises received bailouts of 233 billion rand over the past 5 years and generated no growth and no jobs. 254 billion of Eskom's debt will balloon the liabilities on the national balance sheet, and Eskom will still be bankrupt. There is only so much a system can tolerate before it breaks down completely. The water crisis results directly from the electricity crisis, and race quotas for water will not fix this problem. Our grey listing in February was a direct result of government asleep at the wheel. The fall of the Berlin Wall accelerated the collapse of the previous one-party dominant government in South Africa as the fault lines between the superpowers shifted in Europe. That is happening again, with the ANC government firmly on the wrong side of history. No amount of explaining about being non-aligned will take away the fact that the ANC is behaving pro-Russia. Market sentiment is negative, and the Reserve Bank governor told our committee that the market is already starting to behave as if secondary sanctions are going to be imposed. Capital outflows depreciate the rand and feed inflation. South African shares and bonds are being offloaded, and government is now borrowing at higher interest rates. We all agree that we must stop South Africa from being carved out of AGOA in 2025. If government does not behave in a non-aligned way, AGOA can only be saved if government is changed next year. The message has landed. The ANC is not South Africa. There is another option. That is the Democratic Alliance. Government has done nothing to tackle the inflation, wiping food off the tables of battling households. In this vacuum, only a very blunt monetary policy instrument is available. Rising interest rates are not effective when government policy is driving inflation. Government can scrap the fuel levy to immediately reduce the price of fuel, the price of transportation, the price of food. Government can increase the zero VAT rated food basket to include bone-in chicken, beef, tinned beans, wheat flour, margarine, peanut butter, baby food, tea, coffee, and soup powder to help battling households. Government has not responded because it is broken. The president knows that the private sector can save our economy with their skills and financial resources, and they can generate the jobs that government can't. But can the president change his government's mindset? That is the crucial question. South Africa is a rich country, and our economy is on its knees because our government is failing. We have one moonshot at fixing this next year. We are not going to miss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Ntangweni.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, officials, members of the Central Command Team, and ground forces. Allow us once more to remind fighters here in South Africa, Africa, and the diaspora, and all progressive business leaders that we are still in a campaign to fundraise as we head towards the Festival of the Poor at FNB Stadium on the 29th of July, 2023 to celebrate 10 years of unbroken struggle. House Chair, the bill before the National Assembly today, the Appropriation Bill, is a bill that is introduced and passed by both houses of Parliament every year because it is a legal instrument that we as elected members of Parliament make allocations of money to be spent by national departments. This legal instrument is not a national treasury legislation, but it is our legislation. The Minister of Finance, together with the National Treasury, are only entrusted to make proposals. We must then take responsibility to ensure that the allocations we make to national departments, taking into account their past performances, taking into account available revenue collected from taxes, challenges facing municipalities, and most importantly, the needs and cries of our people when making these allocations. There is a misconception about the roles because we heard a lot of members during budget votes debating, asking National Treasury for this and that money, thinking this important context to the appropriation bill. But let me now turn to the fundamentals of the bill. As the chairperson of the Standing Committee of the Appropriations have said, the allocation of the bill allocates 1.1 trillion to national departments. We have rejected the bill in the totality because it continues to be based on a principle of budget cuts, austerity measures, and the obsession with reducing budget deficit when there are no practical and believable measures to use fiscal policy to support economic growth and deliver services to our people at a time when the country is facing a crisis of load shedding. We rejected the appropriation bill because there's no allocation of additional funding for generation of additional power because the plan is to collapse ESCOM. The Deputy President of the EFF made cogent proposals of the conditional grant to give municipalities with capacity and energy resources plan to build additional on and off grid solutions. We rejected the appropriation bill because the people of Maribeng, Ward 27, in Komazi, in Kwaoi, do not have clean water to drink. We rejected the appropriation bill because despite the killing of our people in Hammanskraal by the government failing to give them clean drinkable water, the allocation to the Department of Water does not have an immediate intervention, but it led to listen to our people singing here for supper that the budget is planned. We wouldn't be doing justice to our people, House Chair, and the people of South Africa if we conclude this debate without dealing with the Financial and Fiscal Commission and the Parliamentary Budget Office. It is possible that this is our last meaningful budget of the 6th Parliament as we head to national elections next year. The Financial and Fiscal Commission and the Parliamentary Budget Office were established to assist Parliament with making these bills, such as the Appropriation Bill, talk to the needs of our people. But these institutions behave like subcommittees of working groups inside the National Treasury and here in Parliament. They have not assisted us in any way, meaningful way, changing the nature, character of the fiscal policy to talk to the needs of our people. Instead, the government is now contributing to the declining economy because of budget cuts. This must stop. 2024 is our new 1994. We must correct this mess, House Chair. As it's June 16, we call on all young people to go and register in their numbers so that we take the ANC out of power come 2024. Let's gather at FNB Stadium at the 29th of July, as we will be unleashing our campaign for elections, Honorable House Chair. Let's all gather, fighters, and make sure that we take the ANC out of power, we take these corrupt individuals out of power and give our people with services. Aluta continua.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi.
Siyabonga kakhulu sisalwenza hloniphekileyo. Mhla ungqongqoshe ethula isabelo mali lapha sakwitiza. Namhla ushenge ethula futhi ama-appropriations sakwitiza. Namhlanje ke sifuna ukukhuluma ngqo nabantu bakithi. Siyazi ke sihlalo hloniphekileyo ukuthi lesabelo mali sisethula ngaphansi kwezimo ezinjani zomnotho wezwe. Futhi ke siyaqaphelisisa ukuthi lolu usuku ofanele abantu bakithi ngabayathokoza ngalo. Bazi ukuthi kulonyaka esikuwo nesiwabela imali amaphupho abo azofezeka. Lesi isikhathi sokuba laba ngenayo imizi bahlale ethembeni ukuthi ithuba labo lokufumana izindlu kuhulumeni wabo lizofezeka nokuyinto abangeke beyibone esibaqinisekisayo namhlanje. Siyazi ukuthi lesabelo mali fanele bese sikhuluma ngokuthi amathuba emisebenzi azovela ukuze abantu bakithi bangasebenzi bathola amathuba okusebenza. Abahlale bazi ukuthi ngeke kuze kwenzeke lokhu ngaphansi kweqembu elibusayo. Siyazi ukuthi bonke abagulayo ngezifo ezahlukeneyo nabangatholi isize emaklinikhi nasezibhedlela ofana besabelo mali sikhuluma nabo ngqo bakulungele futhi ukuthi basazoqhubeka nokubhubha ngenxa ukuthi lo hulumeni akabakhathalele. Ngisho intsha yakithi efunda ezikhungweni zemfundo ephakeme fanele yazi sazoqhubeka nokuthi iphume ezikoleni ntambama mafanele bayofunda iyosebenza ema-restaurant because uNSFAS akabasizi. Fanele abantu bakithi bazi ukuthi intsha yakithi efunda ezikoleni izoqhubeka nokuthi iphendulwe amathuluzi ocansi ngoshuga daddy ngoba iswele imali zokuthenga ama-sanitary towels ngenxa kahulumeni lo wethu ohlulekayo. Siyazi ke futhi sihlala ukuthi ngonyaka lo siya kuwo siyokhethweni sesifundisiwe iqembu elibusayo ukuthi yonke iminyaka kahulumeni izoshintsha inhlelo zayo ukuze ikhanda ama-programs azobe khuluma nokhetho. La khona sobona ama-state resources esetshenziswa iqembu elibusayo ukuze baganisha amavoti kubantu nekuyinto leyo ungumkhuba wabo insuku zaphuma. Sithi ke abantu ke bakithi kabenza into nje eyodwa efaneleyo. Nofanele futhi baqinisekise ukuthi uma sibuya iqembu leli elibusayo la silwela siyavuma futhi lazabalaza siyavuma. Kodwa namhlanje seliphelele usawoti. Leli qembu leli selibenisile ukuthi lizitha zabantu. Yebo,
Order, honorable members.
fanele ukuthi abantu
Order, honorable members.
bengasathemba. Yisikhathi soshintsho lesi sokuthi abantu bathathe isinqumo sabo esizobasiza sibanikeze ikusasa abalifuna bona kanye nezingane zabo. Ngakho-ke sihlalo hloniphekileyo sithi kubalulekile ukuthi asingalibali emuva futhi singakhohliswa nangamazwi a-rhetoric abasitshela njalo uma kufanele babe-address ama-problems of today bayosi-invokela iminyaka yawo-60 something bekhomba ubandlululo nasemaphutheni abo ngqo angahlangene nobandlululo. Kodwa-ke sihlalo hloniphekileyo-ke siyazi ukuthi-ke noma kukhona izimo ziphihlika zinje njengoba esikhuluma indaba ka-Eskom nje seseka nokuthi ubhele out yingoba siqondisisa ukuthi uma singakwenzi lokho izwe lethu lizawucwila. Ngakho-ke kuma-ke kunjalo sisho ukuthi njengenkatha siyaweseka umbiko lo othiwa kusihlalo kodwa nje abantu bakithi abayisize bona bayikhulule bona emakhamandeleni alaba asebefana ncamashi nomgubane omahedle shenge abangasibusiphoqa abamukele ukuthi behlulekile. Bamukele emvulani ukuthi babahlinzele phansi abantu bakithi. The ANC has failed us. Even some of you, you shouldn't be proud even to argue here because you know for a fact how much you have let people down. True leaders admit their mistakes. They don't come here and just lament for no reason. Sicelo siyabonga. Abaphume lapha.
Sabong Mtoneshwa. Gossip Tellers. The Honorable Vessels. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, the Honorable Chairperson of the Appropriation Committee, Honorable Buthelezi, said just now that South Africa has enough for us, for everybody in the country to share. The problem, Chairperson, is that the ANC government is making a concerted effort of it to make it less and less of everything that there was to be shared by South Africans. Because, Chairperson, the country is in trouble. Everybody is in trouble. This boat is sinking. And the ANC government is not really realizing it. If we look at household incomes, at the desperate situation that most South Africans are in, we are not solving the poverty and the inequality problem. Chairperson, the Honorable Buthelezi also refers to the fact and admits that infrastructure is the catalyst for growth. It's the backbone of a happy economy, he says. It is. The problem, Chairperson, is that South Africa currently has a 4.8 trillion rand infrastructure investment gap. We have corruption in all forms when it comes to infrastructure projects. And the problem is that the Honorable Buthelezi talks about that there is to share in this country is stolen by ANC cadres, where government is allowing government departments to be exploited. Let me give you one example. In the recent past, the Department of Communication and Digital Technology paid 80,000%. Listen, Honorable Papu, 80,000% more than you would pay for the same product in the open market. That is what your government is allowing. That is what your government is allowing. You're not changing that because it happened now. It happened now. There's no new dawn. It happens all the time. You're not eradicating corruption. And that's the problem. You can talk here about a budget that's there to promote economic growth, but the money is being stolen. Let me ask you this. How many dams has been built since 1994 in South Africa by government? How many dams? One. Only one. Now that's the problem. You talk about infrastructure, you talk about water infrastructure. Let me say this, Chairperson. We are in a crisis with regards to water, and especially water corruption in water projects. That has a social impact, and people are suffering. They don't have water. Go to towns in the Free State. Go to towns where there's not a drop water in towns. And then there's no infrastructure investment because the money that is there is stolen by entrepreneurs and by cadres. Because the only thing that the ANC government prioritizes is talking about the past and racial rhetoric for your election campaign, because you can't promise the people of South Africa anything because you haven't delivered anything. So the only thing you can do for your 2024 election campaign is once again talk about apartheid and talk about the past. Your minds are behind bars because you're not actually talking about what is necessary to address the inadequacies faced by South Africans. When we talk about Eskom, you ruined Eskom. You managed
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
monopoly and make it bankrupt, and that is your legacy.
Thank you
People
very
of South
much,
Africa are suffering because
Honorable
of the
Vessels.
ANC government. I thank you.
The Honorable Swartz.
Thank you, Chairperson. February's budget was well received by many financial commentators and economists, with the Financial Mail saying it was a crowd pleaser that holds the line on fiscal consolidation while gifting Eskom 254 billion, avoiding tax hikes and dodging a number of bullets. The budget is, however, based on real economic growth forecasts, which have changed significantly since February due to increased load shedding and reduced commodity exports. A National Treasury at that time forecast economic growth of 0.9% this year, whilst the Reserve Bank forecast 0.3%. Higher economic growth, as we all know, will require a vastly improved electricity supply and freight rail, and even that now is under serious threat. The ACDP believes that it is crucial to maintain a prudent fiscal stance and achieve fiscal financial stability, and this will, over time, allow the shifting of resources from servicing debt to meeting national objectives, developmental objectives, economic growth. The question to the Honourable Minister is whether the path towards debt stabilization is still on track, given the realization of the fiscal risks pointed out in the budget review. And is it still expected that a primary surplus will be announced, which was announced in the budget, will be achieved? And we ask this question as the ACDP against the significant risks which have now realized. These risks are pointed out in the budget review and include worsening global financial conditions, increased volatility in capital flows, and a further exchange rate depreciation. Now, we've seen a significant exchange rate depreciation, which clearly impacts on the budget's forecasts. Added to this, of course, is the public sector wage agreement that is above that which has been budgeted for. And again, that puts pressure on the budget. Honourable Minister, the ACDP has long called for additional funds for law enforcement agencies, particularly the SIU, the MPA, including the asset forfeiture unit. Besides putting criminals behind bars, stolen funds running to billions of rands can be easily recovered when one makes use of the special tribunal. An example is the NPA's investigating director's settlement agreement with ABB, which to pay 2.5 billion rand in punitive reparations to Eskom, arising from corruption at Eskom in terms of the prevention of organized crime act. This is in addition to 1.6 billion rand that ABB paid to Eskom in 2020. Honourable Minister, as the 2.5 billion is proceeds of crime at Eskom, shouldn't a large portion of that go back to fight crime and corruption at the entity? And will you follow up with this issue with other cabinet ministers, given that you and other ministers decide how the funds in the criminal asset recovery account are to be allocated? This is a significant issue which needs to be looked into. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Swart. The Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, sazabalaza zani zabalaze nodwa. Lamasela naningakwazi nongena eMzantsi Afrika sanifaka phaya eTranskei. We warned you about ukusebenzisa kwenu, your use of contingent liabilities and your abuse of contingent liabilities a long time ago, and you failed to listen, and all you did was to continue to dole out guarantees to state-owned enterprises without addressing the underlying governance challenges faced by the entities. That is why now we're sitting with contingent liabilities that are slightly over R1 trillion because of you. And that is only going to reduce, obviously, because Goku niniki mali to Eskom, which is 250 something billion, 54 billion rands. Now, why Eskom, we're doing the same thing. You are calling it not an appropriations, whatever. You are calling it a transfer to the balance sheet, but the bottom line, the taxpayers are doling money to Eskom. So you are just playing a game of semantics. But the challenge, Minister, in particular, is that we give out money to Eskom, but we lock Eskom in the past. We find this to be problematic because even with sale of non-core assets, Eskom debt bill, you make it clear that Imali cannot be used for capital expenditure related to the acquisition, say, for instance, of renewable energy or exploring other renewable energy sources. Meaning, makahlale malahlenu Eskom, kuzichomi zenu zihlale ku renewable energy, ibe zizwe ezikwazi uba zithini ziconnect umbane ku Eskom, But the problem, Bhuti Mlenza, and I want to repeat this thing. Lo Eskom nimenza, I need to focus on distribution. Ugqithisa nje izitya zokutya angakuphekanga. Kuphekwa elsewhere ukutya yena uphethe izitya minister hambe phaka esithi inani ityani. Ubuzi ba wakho ayiva loo nto. But also, if you don't link energy independence, the problem is that once you don't have energy independence, uzawubethwa ngabo who control your energy in future to manipulate actually internal events in the country. It can't be that, Minister, this South African Reserve Bank, you're a former trade unionist. The economy is on its knees, but we're still implementing inflation targeting, which was first implemented in 1990 by New Zealand. Doesn't matter what happens. The chairperson, for an example, earlier, spoke about exogenous factors, which is nice economic jargon for external factors that have to do with the Russia-Ukraine war and other global factors which are driving inflation in the country. The economy is on its knees. What do we do? Like parrots, increase interest rates, lower the interest rates. We don't care about the cost to the economy. The fact that we're destroying the asset base of the middle class, and then we just meet in future and say, I will be able to contain inflation. At what cost to the economy, the retrenchment, the loss of assets, the repossessed houses, and so on? It's absolute nonsense. It's intellectual laziness on the part of economists, including the central bank, to think that we can only use one instrument when there are other levels of monetary policy that we can rely on. Ayikho le nto, silawula into zakudala masela. We don't support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwankwa. ATM. The Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, we will support the Appropriations Bill. However, we raise serious flags and alarms about the priorities expressed in the budget. The largest crisis facing our nation is the continued economic environment that perpetuates poverty and unemployment. Unfortunately, the appropriations fail to tackle the right to social security appropriately. The stats being used in relation to poverty are outdated, and we're currently living in a post-lockdown South Africa, with thousands of jobs having been lost and lost life for those who live below the poverty line. Life for those who live below the poverty line has worsened, and our country urgently needs new data as well as a new approach. Good continues to call for transforming the social relief of distress grant into a basic income grant and to increase it to at least meet the lower bound poverty line of about 1,000 Rand per person per month, as is committed to in the National Development Plan. A basic income grant will provide some dignity to our citizens with a relatively small income to meet their most basic human needs. Our senior citizens who spent a lifetime contributing to the building of this country and contributing to our fiscus through income tax, VAT, and other levies are at serious risk of falling below the upper bound poverty line as the cost of living rapidly rises. No citizen that has played a part in building our country should have to worry if they can even exist in it. For these reasons, Good also calls for an urgent reevaluation of the pension framework and that we start to restructure our budget so that we can raise the old age pension to a dignified level that at least buffers our senior citizens from a precarious life. When it comes to our energy crisis, Chairperson, the solar energy incentives or initiatives linked to tax rebates and incentives are not nearly incentivizing enough, nor inclusive, as the options provided are not really accessible to any mid to low income South African. While Good has always advocated for incentives and financing to invest in renewables, the measures raise the questions of renewables for who? These incentives are a bonus for the rich, but do not address the energy crisis in the country. And this is a conceptual failure for utilizing the private sector or homeowners to alleviate the load shedding crisis. The budget is the rudder that will guide the nation through the next financial year, but the environment we find ourselves in has storm clouds on the horizon. With a poverty pandemic and a load shedding crisis, we would have liked the budget to be more directly responsive to these existential crises. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Haran. The Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. Let me start off first of all by congratulating the Democratic Alliance for the quality of municipalities that you govern in the latest report that has been released. Let me also congratulate the ANC on the improved quality of some of your municipalities. Let me also congratulate Idumbe in Idumbe municipality for improved audit outcome. And lastly,
Honorable members.
let me congratulate Honorable Mlochwa and the Okoshlamba municipality for maintaining the unqualified audit report. Honorable Slengwa, if I was you, I'd be very worried. And I'm addressing this to you as the chairperson of SCOPA. If you look at the performance of some of the municipalities that you govern, Mzanyati, Kamajuba, Utugela, Ulundi, if you look at the state of governance in those municipalities, I will not be smiling, but I would address those things. I'm not here trying to attack you, but I think in the interest of the people we serve, we need to admit, yes, Honorable Buthelezi, you spent more time at this podium attacking the ANC. You were pointing there, but you couldn't see all these that were pointing back at you. Look at the quality of municipalities. Look at the quality of the municipalities.
Honorable members.
Of order, Honorable House Chairperson.
Honorable Imam, there's a point of order.
Okay.
Please take your seat.
Yeah.
Honorable Sangwa.
Honorable House Chairperson, will the member take a question?
Honorable Imam, are you prepared to take the question?
Won't have enough time.
She is not prepared, Honorable Sangwa.
What I'm giving you here is the facts. I'm not making up anything. Speak to the Auditor General and you'll see exactly what is actually happening there. So your municipalities and your performance, in fact, if you look at that, can you go to municipality, the Auditor General cannot find enough data to even audit it. That's how bad the situation is. So your municipalities are performing very poorly. And let's ask ourselves the question, what has really improved
Honorable
about
House
the quality of
Chairperson.
life in KwaZulu-Natal?
Honorable members, please do not drown the speaker.
I just wanted to point out.
Not drown the speaker.
Just wanted.
Honorable
Governed by the ANC.
Honorable Imam,
Honorable Minister,
Honorable Sangwa.
Chairperson, I just wanted to correct the speaker on the podium. Umkhanyakude is governed by the ANC, not the
but
IFP.
I did not recognize you, Honorable Sangwa. Please don't do that.
Honorable Minister, I think we have a lot to worry about. Only 38 of the 257 municipalities have received unqualified audit. And 88% of municipalities lack effective compliance controls. Now the use of external consultants, 84% of municipalities. And one of the main reasons for that is because we do not have the skills and the capacity at the municipalities. Now that tells us there's a lot of work to be done. And I think that rather than standing and complaining, we should actually do something about it. And that is why as the NFP, we are asking Honorable Minister biannually to report to the Standing Committee on Appropriation on the financial status of all municipalities, including the cash reserves. We are also asking you, Honorable Minister, to ensure that municipalities are mandated to report on the Treasury website on all tenders and procurements that they've been awarded with the details of who they were awarded to, the values of those contracts. We believe it will go a long way in eradicating corruption. I've run out of time. The NFP will support the report.
Thank you very much. Honorable Imam. The Honorable Tobias.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, good morning. Honorable Chair, the debate on the appropriations bills is a very last one for the 6th Parliament and will act as Mkombandlela for the 7th Parliament in the next fiscal year. And Honorable Chairperson, this debate also takes occurrence during a very important month in the calendar of South Africa, the Youth Month, that is. It was the generation of the likes of Ambassador Billy Masetla may his soul rest in peace, who pushed the struggle forward for the liberation of Africans in particular and Blacks in general. And it is again the youth of this country, led by the ANC Youth League as a preparatory school for the youth, that will usher economic freedom in their lifetime. And having said the above, let me upfront accept that unemployment amongst this age cohort still remains high. And by only concentrating on unemployment statistics without interrogating challenges faced by the developmental state will be self-defeating. But equally, the South African government always intervene. The presidency, and particularly the president of South Africa, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, introduced the Presidential Employment Stimulus Package in October 2020. This package has created over 1 million job opportunities in this country and has assisted a lot of young people in the learning environment, in schools, and has reached out to 1 million communities. It also provided 142,000 vouchers for subsistent farmers to expand production after disruptions caused by COVID-19 and strengthened the food security. Also, the Social Employment Fund continued to support communities-based organizations, and together with the National Youth Service, reached 85,000 participants and has also reached over 32,000 people in the creative sector, Eugene, supported to produce movies, books, and promote indigenous languages and the theater production, etc. We also appreciate the challenge of the South African economy outlook, Honorable Nkongwa, as by now, we are all conversant with the tenets of economic growth. We also appreciate the fact that South African economy was revised down in the current financial year, but equally, let me highlight key witnesses that led to this. One, our energy challenges. Two, the COVID pandemic. Three, lower commodity prices. Four, tight monetary policy. Five, ballooning wage bill. The ANC accepted. And also we accept the lack of human capital, to mention just a few that are the challenges. And this, honorable members, led to the hiking of the repo rate by the Reserve Bank monetary policy by 50 basis points, which was hiked to 8.25%. I fear, honorable members, for a day where the repo rate will be hiked to 100 basis points, which the governor will not do. And we know why the governor uses this tool, honorable members, is to lower inflation, honorable Nkongwa. Let us also look at state-owned entities and companies. This has been a basis for discussion in the country for the longest of time. At the center was the debate on Eskom. The Eskom's mandate is to provide sustainable electricity in participation to economic growth and improving the quality of life of South Africans. Eskom has been doing that for decades until met with challenges of higher demand and aging power stations and corruption, leading to the offshoot, which is the best principle ever, of load shedding. These members led to the president making interventions by first undertaking to address the electricity shortfall of 4,000 to 6,000 megawatts by fixing Eskom's coal-fired power station to improve availability of existing supply and also accelerating private investment in generation capacity and also procure storage. For this, honorable members, is a solution to our quagmire. Ours, Honorable Chairperson, is to reposition our belief system to inspire hope. So, honorable members, let me start myself. I hereby declare that the strategy that the president has undertaken is promising, and my hope is based on the following factors. The South African government is indeed hard at work in that 254 billion debt relief has been apportioned to Eskom to relieve pressure on the utilities balance sheet and to ensure that it maintains its units and ensure uninterrupted supply. We're starting to feel it, members. Uninterrupted supply. That's the decision that was taken. It is implemented. It's happening now. The appointment of the Minister of Electricity will ensure that Eskom will be financially viable. Financially viable, Honorable Nkwankwa, and sustain its balance sheet. It's not true, this myth that is being said here that we are not creating viability. It is exactly that. We are just deciding to ignore it for reasons known to us. And that the assets don't depreciate as expected in the National Development Plan. So these assets will never be allowed to depreciate in front of our eyes. Part of the economic growth is infrastructure build. Therefore, 2023-24 budget allocation of 79.5 billion to the Department of Transport will translate in road maintenance and construction of 96 bridges. They said we have not invested in infrastructure. Here's the money that has been allocated to build bridges. You decide to ignore that. The Minister of Transport appeared in front of the Standing Committee of Appropriations, and during our engagement, we gave a feedback on matters raised by our constituencies. I raised a challenge of the road between Heilbron and Edenville in the Free State, riddled with potholes, and the minister undertook to engage the provincial government. And indeed, members, yesterday, Minister Chikunga and Acting Premier Makume were having a bilateral about provincial roads. And let me take this opportunity to thank her and her counterpart. This is really what is expected from leadership. The second challenge is the issue of water.
Order, honorable members. Drowning the speaker. You can proceed, honorable member. Sorry about that.
The second challenge is the issue of water, which will not escape the wrath of corruption. We therefore request the Minister of Water and Sanitation to put his eyes and ears on the ground to ensure that water is treated like a national key point, and the budget allocated for this MTF cycle and the outer years will see water projects unlocked in Magali's through Moretele North, Klepvoer, and Pilanesberg bulk supply. Umkomazi water project and the Sol Plaki.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
The NC supports the bill.
AIC. Pope. Oh. Al-Jama. Al-Jama. Al-Jama is on the platform. Al-Jama. Okay. We'll continue. Proceed. The Honorable Sarupen.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this is my 5th Appropriations Bill speech. And it's entertaining listening to these speeches because today we heard the ANC try to speak from a position of strength. And the hubris in each of these 5 debates I've participated in from the ANC seems to be growing stronger and stronger, while the ANC itself grows weaker and weaker. Now, this weakness is most typified in what is happening in municipal coalitions where the ANC has handed their keys to the EFF. The EFF attack you, they insult you, they storm your president on the stage, but because you are weak, you give them control of major cities like Joburg and Ekurhuleni. And this morning,
Order, honorable members.
this morning, your president has had to concede that he needs the private sector to help run the country because you have built an incapable state. Weak, weak, weak. This might well be the last time that the ANC passes a budget on its own, and the country is better for it. And this last ANC budget shows the same problems that has characterized your government for the last 5 years. And we can't turn a blind eye to these problems. Stats SA data shows that our GDP expanded only 0.4% in the first quarter of this year, narrowly escaping a recession. This lackluster growth reflects the various factors that the ANC has failed to deal with or made worse, such as corruption, poor capacity in the state capture, and bad geopolitical decisions. This is evidence of a weak ANC that cannot fix South Africa's issues. The sovereign spread, our risk for South Africa, remains higher than the pre-pandemic average, indicating consistent concerns about economic stability. Debt sustainability is being flagged as a major concern because of SOE contingent liabilities, mostly as a consequence of theft and corruption. This is because of a weak ANC that cannot deal with corruption. One of the most pressing issues is the lack of progress in the energy crisis. And it's amazing listening to ANC speakers speak as though load shedding is new. In 2007, if you were born in that year, you would be 16 today. Now, in 16 years, you have a party, a weak party, that has not been able to take any of the meaningful decisions or implement any of the projects to resolve load shedding. Load shedding will continue to persist for the foreseeable future, which means there are people who are going to have gone from birth into adulthood knowing nothing but load shedding. Only a weak organization allows a crisis to persist that long. Moreover, we must address some concerns regarding this particular budget itself. The MTEF, the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, raises questions about the government's ability to effectively manage public finances. We've witnessed a tendency for Treasury to routinely overestimate their growth targets in the budgets, which erodes trust in these projections and undermines long-term financial stability. We further note a proposed 45.6 billion rand to fund the carry-through cost of the 2022-2023 public sector wage increase, despite the fact that the finance minister and many others have flagged the public sector wage bill as a major risk. However, in the same MTEF, increases in infrastructure only amount to 42.8 billion rand. Infrastructure is an engine of growth. But this allocation points to a weak ANC government. This points to a weak ANC government that is not interested in using infrastructure to stimulate growth. They know they're on borrowed time, so they're making sure all of the cadres they've deployed into governments, those card-carrying party members, get paid as well as they can before they lose an election. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is our duty as representatives of the South African voting public to advocate for responsible government, fiscal prudence, and the pursuit of policies that foster economic growth and upliftment. It is quite clear that there is one party in this House that has completely given up on all of those things. The proposed budget raises legitimate concerns about the country's future, and we cannot afford the ANC's policies anymore. We cannot afford weakness. It's time for change, and I hope that change does come, and this is the last ANC budget that I debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. The honorable Mlenzano.
Chairperson, the ANC supports the bill. Perhaps let me say, Chairperson and Honorable Minister, today I am tempted to talk to South Africans. Yeah, and just
one message. Message being one, South Africa, please descend. The ANC has made great achievements, that is one. And two, we know that there are challenges. And three, we have planned for these challenges. Now, let me justify. We present this bill during Youth Month on the backdrop of a yawning inequalities between South Africans, a rising cost of living and the rise in unemployment sitting at 32.9%. South Africa is still faced with structural challenges, which is disproportionately felt by the youth. One particular manifestation of the crisis facing young people is that nearly 4 million young people between ages 15 and 24 are neither in education, employment, nor training. Comrade O.R. Tambo once warned us that a country that doesn't invest in youth does not deserve its future. In other words, the future of this country is inextricably linked to the support and investment provided to and for young people. And at the heart of our sector is learning. And at the heart of improving learning is improving reading in the early grades. The ANC has placed education as an apex priority for self-liberation. We have a duty to empower people to reach their full potential envisaged in our constitution. Hence, the overall 2023-24 MTF budget for the Department of Education is at 31.8 billion, which is an increase of 7% from last year's overall allocation. We are pleased when we note that there are improvements, particularly with regard to ensuring that there's water supply to schools, particularly those in the rural and underdevelopment province. According to the schools register of needs in 2026, there was a total of 8,823 schools without water supply, a total of 1,306 water supply projects through the ACITI program were underway by then, of which 1,292 have been completed as I speak now. The 14 remaining schools that have to be attended to will be dealt with this financial year. Let's recognize the substantial progress that has been made in eradicating mud schools and Petra teams in our schools. However, Comrade Nkwankwa, you are my comrade, we must acknowledge the fact that much as work has been done, it is not 100%. A lot still has to be done. But as I said, the ANC government is aware of these challenges and the ANC government is accepting. Hence, then the ANC government has a plan to deal with this challenge. Apartheid, DA, apartheid reactionary DA fundamentally damaged the special social and economic environments in which our people live,
honorable members,
work, raise families, and seek to fulfill their aspirations. Hence, then, we pride ourselves about the manner in which local government is postured so that it plays a critical role in rebuilding the mess which was done by apartheid, so that our people and their environment can have the basis for a democratic, integrated, prosperous, and a truly non-racial society. Hence, then, this budget is actually allocating 121.7 billion to this effect. That is going to COCTA. If now you look at this allocation is expected to increase at an average annual rate of 5.9% Madiba, from 121.7 billion in this 2023-24 financial year to 136.5 billion in 2025. The largest portion of this budget is allocated to transfer to municipalities at an estimated 364.7 billion, which is 9.5% of the total allocation over the MTF period. I'm raising these figures so that people out there can know, because I've picked up that, in this house, you have got a sink of, people who are just here to make noise. They are on corruption, they are on cadre deployment, they are on this and that. But listen to this, Chief Whip. The ANC never stole people's land in 1962. It is them who stole the land. Two, at no stage,
Order, honorable members.
listen, listen to them. I don't mind them because I know that at no stage will that reactionary democratic alliance ever subscribe to the notion of a developmental state. I know them. I know them. Lastly, they are here jumping up and down like popcorns, talking about the crisis of the world economies, hence the failure of the world economies is as a result of them. They are actually eating and benefiting from the fruit of capitalism. Babuye bazongcola up, the money can sizzle. I have to choose my word. One of my comrades had to apologize yesterday in terms of language, but bayandihlupha mana babantu bakule ndawo kungafanelanga okokuba bakuyo. Bayazazi bona. You know yourself. And you should be worried. You know that you are not smiling, you are grinning. Because you are not supposed to be sitting where you are. Let me pass. I've got only 3 minutes left. Let me just quickly talk on water and sanitation, where this financial year 10.1 billion has been allocated to municipality through the regional bulk infrastructure grant, and 4.6 billion to municipalities through the water services infrastructure grant, which will be spent, listen, to 130 different projects across the country. In February this year, municipalities owed 16.7 billion to water boards. And municipalities and water boards in turn owed the department 17.4 billion. This is worrying. We just cannot go without mentioning that it is worrying. However, we must mention also the positives. Social development, Honorable Minister, receives the largest share of the national budget, which is 263 billion, a growth of 8.8%. Just to lift one thing from that budget. Ilamali bathi abantu abasokolayo, imali kaRamaphosa, and they would sing, uRamaphosa.
Honorable members, please, we are drowning the speaker now. Honorable Minister, Makeba, Honorable Kaza, I'll give you an opportunity to converse with the minister after the sitting. You can proceed, Honorable Zola.
The Department of Health, the Department of Health is allocated 60.1 billion this financial year. However, there's a decline here. And we are concerned, Treasury, because we want to see and realize the implementation of the national health insurance. Hence, we are saying the austerity approach to keep public services will only weaken the capacity of the state, provided we don't pick up the pace. But then lastly, as I have said before, the ANC has made great achievements. We know our challenges and we have plans for our challenges. Hence, we support the bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mlenzana. The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Sihlalo yalendlu yowiso-mthetho mandikhahlele wena kuqala. Njenjeya ndiyokhahlela ndamkele nokrila kwela cala. Uthangana ndiyakusizela qha Thangana, uyawufunda imikhuba ongayaziyo somdala. Okokuxhanisa kwenziwa kwelo cala akuyondanga yakho ntanga. Uyawufunda ezo zinto ke somdala, ndiyakusizela. Honorable Nhlangwini wathetha into namhlanje okokuqala right. Okokuqala wathetha into right namhlanje. Ithini ke le nto ayithetha? Uthi olu hlahlo lwabiwo mali ayomali ka-treasury, imali yabantu baseMzantsi Afrika. Umsebenzi wethu ukuthi ebantwini nakule ndlu yowiso-mthetho urhulumente olawulayo iziphakamiso azibeka phambi kwele ndlu yombutho wale ndlu zithini na. Ibe yile ndlu ke ezihlalutyayo. Bele ndlu ezihlalutyayo. Senza loo nto ke namhlanje. Ingxaki ke ngoku oogxa bethu aba bakweli cala ngenxa yokuba kusondula unyulo babhampula basukile kule nto ojonga le nto sidila nayo namhlanje. Abaxoxile imali esinayo apha phambi kwethu yokuba siyabeka njani na, bayakhankasa. Into enzima ke ngoku le. Ingxoxo ke ngoku ingabi intle. Make ndiye emlungwini. Honorable George is correct. We are debating this appropriation bill in a changed environment from February. No doubt about that, which over the time is likely to have an impact on the numbers we're going to table in the medium-term budget policy statement. The assumption, for instance, we made was that growth outlook will be 0.9%. The Reserve Bank at the time was sitting at 0.2%, has moved now to 0.3%. What are the differences between these? What makes these differences in the assumptions? The difference in the assumptions, the IMF is sitting at 0.1%. What are these differences in the assumptions? The difference in the assumptions is how you model the intensity of load shedding. Not much on the fundamentals. On the fundamentals are agreed. The question is how to model the assumptions of load shedding. And indeed, load shedding is likely to have an impact which may be substantial. We're going to watch the developments over the next few months. And revise our numbers if necessary accordingly. There's the issue of the interest rate and inflation targeting, I think part of the difficult, I'm not necessarily talking about the Reserve Bank. Usbalwam raises this issue, Usbalwam, Uchawa, raises this issue. A fundamental economic argument, but he misses the point. Them go instead of focusing on the economic issues. If the honorable member were to watch what was happening on the ground, mind you, the Reserve Bank's function is not only to fight inflation, but to protect the value of the currency. In the absence of movement, in the presence of movements of the currency, as a result of global issues, the Reserve Bank has got an obligation to protect the currency. Whether that decision is we may have debate about it. But can't we allow all mali? All mali lizama ukudila nendlala equbayo. Udila nendlala. Apha South Africa, akukho muntu ungafumani imali yokuthenga sonke. Apha South Africa. Yenziwa ke ngulo rhulumente we-ANC lo. Akukho muntu apha eSouth Africa ongenamali yakuthenga sonka atye. Not eSouth Africa. Ngaphandle kuphila kwelinye ilizwe. We have about 40 billion rand, which is looking at SRD. 25 billion rand looking at the extended public works programs. About another 10 billion rand, which is looking at the public employment program. Round that up is about 70 billion rand. That is in addition to other 70 billion rand, which look at indigent policies. That takes it to 140 billion rand, subsidizing the poor. Subsidizing the poor. So when we talk about these things, let's be more clear about that. More clearer about that. So class status in doge, ingxaki yaba bantu bekwelicala. Benibangqandile ngale mini benixoxa apha. Uba abeva. Bahlele ephupheni. Elokuba kulo nyaka uzayo bazawulawula. Ndifuna ubaxela le nto ke namhlanje. 55% yevoters kange ziyovota, 55%. Zezethu aziyanga phaa kubo abavotelanga bona. Abavotelanga bona. Bafuna nje abantu bakuthi sibalungiselele babuye bovota, abazuvotela nina, bazawuvotela thina. Ndiphinde ndanixelela ke enye into, kukho abanye benu abathi mhlambe singangayifumani 50%. Noba siyifumenanga 50%, iphathi ezawusoloko inkulu kweli lizwe yile ilawulayo. Iphathi ezabankulu yililawulayo. Akukho mntu uyakwakha rhulumente kweli lizwe ngaphandle kwethu. Ha, into ezawunibetha nina nantsi. Nizawugula. Ubeke sawina apha nigule. Okwesibini nixoke nithi rigile i-elections. Nantsi into ezawunehlela. Nakothuka nigule nicinga uba hayi makuphindwe kubalwe. Ufuna kuphindwe kubalwe ngoba nakothuka nyani ngoba nina senizikondishine uba nizawulawula. Ndicela le ndlu yowiso-mthetho abantu abanenjongo zokuba abantu bahambe bokutya bapasise le budget. Kupasiswe le budget ukwenzela uba ndikwazi ubhatala abantu ukubheka phambili. Umna?
Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister,
Okay.
Please don't be intimidated. You
Yeah.
can just
Ah,
continue.
utsho kakuhle. Hayi, mamela. Mamela, mna andizubuya xa ndingafuni. Not because ngalamaphupha enu apha ndiyanicela man, khake nizikhondishini uba anizukuwina. Otherwise nizawugula. Uqala kwabo. Uqala kwabo. Abazukuwina. Zikhondishinaleni ukuba nawusebenzisana njani nathi njengepati enkulu. Mcile yehla bendisabalungisa
Oh.
abahlali basemzantsi bafuna ukwazi inyani. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Okay, order, honorable members. Are there any objections to the appropriation bill being read the first time?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Okay,
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
thank you,
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
thank you.
And of the United Democratic Movement.
Siyathokoza. With the objections noted, the report is agreed to. The bill is agreed to. May I allow the secretary to read the bill the first time?
Appropriation bill.
Thank you. Was my pen so? Okay, honorable members, may I now ask the secretary to read the fourth order?
Consideration of votes and schedule appropriation bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, can we be attentive? Honorable members, yes, thank you very much. Let me first, Honorable Aris Assembly, let me first thank the parties for advising staff on which votes they will make declarations. Which means at this time, I have a document here where you have cited where you will be making declarations. If that has not been done, can I ask the whips to approach the table and make that available? Because I will only be working with what is in front of me because this was requested prior to this sitting. And on which they will record their objections and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process today. Honorable members, I will put each vote and ask parties for declaration of vote as they have indicated. Members who are in the chamber may make declaration of vote from the floor microphones or if you wish, on the podium. And those on the virtual platform will be recognized. I hope that my table is logged in so that they can see if members are raising hands or something on the gadgets. Members who are in the chamber, okay, I'm done there. After this, I will put a vote for decision. Honorable members are reminded that in terms of Rule 1085, a global time for declaration of vote has been agreed upon, and parties will be allowed to make declarations as per agreed time allocation. Every party knows their time. The staff will be helping me. If your time has expired, you won't continue to make declarations. So make sure that you time yourself so that you can participate in the declarations. Once a party time has exhausted its allotted time, it will no longer be recognized to make further declarations. For divisions, bells will be rung for 5 minutes and thereafter for 1 minute. And we are allowed to go to up to 15 seconds for the bells to be rung. For the first division, after the break, the same will happen, that we will have bells being rung for 5 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and up to 15 seconds. I hope, honorable members, we are clear with what we're gonna do from now. And as I said, those who have not registered, whether they will be doing declarations, because I'm not going to deviate. I hope you have approached the table and made sure that they know you're gonna participate so that they can give me that information. Honorable members, I know we are now, I put vote 1, the presidency. I know on this one that the declaration of vote have been requested, and I'm going to start with the DA.
House Chairperson, picture the scene, South Africa, 2023. A man who's been married for a number of years to a loyal, albeit belligerent, coal-loving spouse, decides to opt for a brighter and shinier new partner, a snappy dresser and a sassy dancer. Before said man has the opportunity to get his side hustle established, the spurned spouse demands all the spoils of divorce, the money, the house, the cars, the kids. What we have is a jealous and embittered ex holding on to what was versus a naive and optimistic new spouse eagerly anticipating what could be. Sound familiar? It should. This is the sad story of the love triangle that is our country's response to the electricity crisis. In searching for solutions to load shedding, President Ramaphosa has effectively traded in the stoic, stubborn, and single-minded Gwedi Mantashe for the flashy, fleet-footed, and energetic Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. And what could have been a functional and mutually beneficial marrying of the minds has turned into a dysfunctional battle of wills. It is evident that Minister Mantashe is unwilling to relinquish his powers, his budget, or his attachment to long-term dreams as opposed to short-term solutions. And instead of dealing decisively with the situation, President Ramaphosa, in an act of appeasement that would have given Neville Chamberlain palpitations, has kowtowed. He has given Dr. Ramokgopa the title of Minister of Electricity, but has left him with no space to define his mandate, has provided him with almost no powers, and is requiring him to fund his solutions with the assistance of the private sector. The presidency is Dr. Ramokgopa's home in name only. Until Dr. Ramaphosa is truly resourced and empowered to solve the load shedding crisis, he will not be remembered as the Minister of Electricity, but rather as the Minister of Megawatt. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF. Order, honorable members. This is Honorable Manye's maiden speech.
Firstly, let me greet the Commander-in-Chief of the Freedom Fighters and the leadership of the EFF. I stand here today to reject this fruitless and wasteful expenditure called the budget vote of the presidency. South Africa's economy has been dwindling in terms of size, quality, since Mr. Ramaphosa took office. Every life in South Africa is becoming increasingly difficult for everyone. There is growing consensus, even in the business community, that South Africa is becoming a failed state. Unemployment continues to escalate. More than 50% of South Africa's labor force is not in employment, is not in education or training, or has simply given up on finding employment. The cost of food, petrol, everything, and the overall standard of living has become unaffordable for all. Mr. Ramaphosa, the dithering president, has failed to present a credible and dependable solution to the crisis facing South Africa. He has been unable to lead a program to develop and implement a believable solution to the current electricity crisis in the country. Instead of considering practical solutions that the revolutionary movement, the EFF, presented during the State of the Nation address, like building additional capacity, floating storage regasification units, nuclear power, full completion of the Kahura Basa hydropower project with the necessary agency and speed, it disregarded all these practical proposals. 3 months after announcement, Mr. Ramaphosa gave powers to the dancing minister to deliver false promises to Parliament and the people of South Africa, claiming that he will source 1,500 megawatts from Lesotho. The same minister said he would bring 4,200 megawatts within the next 90 days, even when ESCOM is prohibited from using any of the fiscal stimulus to finance additional
point of order.
generation. Crime, particularly gender violence, is out of control.
Honorable Manye, please take your seat. Order, members. Order. Why are you rising, honorable member?
Rising in terms of rule number 84. And a ruling was made yesterday that members who want to be called dancing members can do so, but no other member can use that term for other members. So a ruling was made yesterday by a presiding officer on that matter. But I don't have a problem with the speech.
Okay, no problem. Proceed, Honorable Manye.
Crime, particularly gender-based violence, is out of control. Women and children are killed every day. People are dying due to poor water conditions in Hammanskraal. And the president doesn't take any responsibility whatsoever. His government is now advising people not to drink water in their own taps. This man has failed and is proving to be the worst president in the post-apartheid South Africa. Instead, he is bloating the presidency with useless envoys, commissions, and ministers, and creating a kitchen cabinet in the presidency. The man should simply resign. His presidency has already been characterized by corruption. The country is now under gray listing because of the money laundering shenanigans of the Phala Phala farm. The president has also not been exemplary in respecting the laws of this country. Foreign exchange regulations is very clear that if you've got foreign currency, you've got 30 days to declare it. This president sat with foreign currency for 45 days. We are surprised that the acting public protector has not found against him. So, in conclusion, for us as the economic freedom fighters, we are saying in order for this country to move forward, Ramaphosa must resign. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, ANC veteran and former Finance Minister, Mr. Trevor Manuel, issued a scathing criticism of South Africa's political leadership, saying that there was no doubt that South Africa's corruption, crime, and lawlessness had increased because of weak leadership and a lack of political will. The ACDP agrees and lays these failures squarely at the door of the president, the head of the executive. Now, this is starkly illustrated by the president's desperate plea to the private sector to assist government where it has failed. This initiative is for executives from the largest companies to form a crisis committee to address power shortages, inefficient ports, and rampant crime in the country. Now, it is the central role of the government to address crime and to protect its citizens. Citizens do not feel safe in their households, on the public roads, at schools. And where do you have the situation where a brigadier of the South African police force is too afraid for his life to appear before Parliament? Understandably, given the assassination of Lieutenant Kinnear, who exposed corruption in the SAPS itself. Chairperson, the state has failed dismally to build the economy and to set it on a path of sustained inclusive growth. Citizens are desperate. This huge involvement, again, of the private sector graphically shows the incapable state. It's hamstringed by maladministration, uncertain policies, crime and corruption, and this under the president's leadership. Chairperson, business, citizens are quickly losing patience with the president. He was elected in 2019 on a promise to revive the economy, on a province of reform. And yes, we have seen reform, and the ACDP does give credit where credit is due with certain institutions that have been improved. However, if you look at the results, if you look at unemployment at unprecedented levels, economic growth almost non-existent, and the country's depreciated currency at an all-time low. This is due to own goals, such as the country's stance on Russia, grey listing, other poor policy issues, load shedding. The ACDP believes the buck stops with the president, and the president must be held accountable for the dire state of the nation. And of course, we have got elections coming up in 2024, and the ACDP will play a key role in governments after 2024. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Ha ke lebohe ho wena modulasetulo, maloko a behileng a ntlo ena. Honorable South Africans, siyayixhasa le budget ehlahla isabelwa umongameli kunye nosekela mongameli to execute the electoral mandate. Re itshehetsa ka ho fetahetseng. The presidency is a strategic center of planning, leadership, as well as coordination and mobilization of government and society in common program to address the nation's critical needs and interests. Uxanduva olubekwe kumagxa wakho mongameli nosekela mongameli okhokhela elilizwe aninawuzeke nishiye igaba entsimini. The societal leadership role of the presidency requires financial resources to ensure the presidency is equipped with requisite skills and capabilities to respond to the complex challenges facing our nation, the challenges that are poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We have placed the president and the presidency as the custodians of the development of our national democratic society, advancing and affirming policy through overseeing implementation of the MTEFS, the by cabinet for socio-economic transformation. Mudulastulo yikensile siyathokoza.
Nakensa. Oh. Thank you. Honorable members, I will now put the question again after the declaration. Are there any objections? The DA?
House Chair, the DA calls for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Back to our seats. Honorable members, please. I can allow those that are still doing the counting to stand. All others, please take your seats. Honorable members, I'm going to read this, and as we proceed, I won't be reading the whole thing. So I want you to really concentrate as I do this. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I request the table to confirm that we have requisite numbers. Okay, we have requisite numbers for members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take the decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm numbers of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Now, having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we'll now proceed. Honorable members, the question before the House is that vote number 1 be agreed to. The voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain locked, and members are not allowed to enter the virtual platform or leave it until the voting is concluded. Whips, can you confirm the numbers of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform, and please indicate if they vote for or against the question. May I start with the ANC? Are you ready? Please do the correct counting. I don't want to be told that something is wrong with this. Let's not spoil it from the beginning. And ICT will also assist if the others are giving wrong numbers. They are all, the table staff is always communicating with ICT to help us. Honorable Chief Whip, are you still busy? I'm waiting for you.
Enkosi kakhulu, Sihlalo. The ANC in physical attendance here is 41. On virtual platform is 167, totaling up to 208 who are voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chair, in the House, we are 19. Online, we are 59. In total, 78 members voting against vote 1.
Are you okay with the speed and the how they call? Table staff? Okay, sure. The EFF?
House Chair, in the House, we are 22. And then on visual platform, we are 13. And voting fully against with 35 members against the presidency.
Thank you.
Budget.
IFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 5 in the House, 7 on virtual, that's 12 voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. There are 7 of our members on the virtual platform, 2 in the House, that's 9 against.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 1 on the virtual platform. Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP
Please, they must hear. Yes, proceed. Start
Thank you,
afresh.
House Chair. The ACDP has one on virtual, one in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM,
One in the House voting against, Chair.
thank you. ATM. Aye. Good,
House Chair, there are two on the virtual platform voting in favor. Thank you.
thank you. Allow us, please, the NFP,
Chairperson, one in the House voting in favor.
AIC. Babu Jafta uko. COPE. PAC,
PAC Chair, one virtual and voting in favor.
thank you. Al-Jama. Al-Jama, okay. Are there, honorable members, anyone who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. Honorable members, here are the results of the vote. No abstentions. 125 voted no. 224 voted yes. And the vote one has been agreed to. We proceed, as I put now, vote number 2, Parliament. Declarations have been requested, the UDM. Ngabe sewahlala khona lapho ngikutshela ukuthi ungahlala nawufunako.
Hayi zimfutshane mama Mike. And unganqandi mama ndifuna usebenzisa ixesha lam ngexesha.
Okay, no problem.
Comrades, last month, President Ramaphosa abandoned any legal challenge to the Section 81 panel report, which dealt with the Phala saga. As this institution, we have in the past made sure that in instances where there are allegations against a sitting head of state or member of the executive or parliament, siqiniseke ukuthi umuntu uyaphandwa. There is no reason why this institution, parliament in particular, should not establish its own ad hoc committee ukuphanda uPresident Ramaphosa nezityholo zakhe kuba kuzawuphinde kube kwenye commission of inquiry in a couple of years from now iphinde ithi parliament ifailile ukwenza umsebenzi wayo. The same thing iphinde ifane nokuthi kulento ka-SAA we have been dealing as this institution with the circumstances surrounding the sale of SAA in piecemeal fashion. One day you appear kule committee, another day you appear kwenye committee, without us having a way of investigating sitting ad hoc committee to inquire into the sale. We can't abdicate that responsibility. See competition commission when SAA as an SOE accounts to us. I want as a parting shot, mama ndizoyeka ndihambe ndiyazi ixesha lam ndiyalitya. Ndifuna uphendula wena minister ndithi umzekelo. The first thing is that, yes, I know that the intention is to attract portfolio investments, as you've already indicated. But remember, in the post-2008 era, or rather, especially after the crisis here, COVID, public debt is high. So the interest rate, once it be high, when you're trying to fend off inflation, the problem that you're going to have is that when you're servicing debt, is that there are immediate implications, firstly for fiscal policy of government. Also, we always talk about the lag in economic theory, between a time lag between when the first decision is made and when it's felt on the economy. The central bank doesn't consider that. Secondly, the frequency of shocks has changed. If you consider 1970, it was supply side. The chairperson will tell you that since about 2008, it's been demand side issues. Now it's not about demand side issues. The factors have changed completely. It's exogenous factors, as you indicated, meaning there needs to be a rethink of monetary policy in the 21st century. Singahlali kwinto zo 1990 in New Zealand, where the factors were completely different. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC? Sinestulo la. Yeah, thank you.
Good day, Chair, and all protocol observed. Declaration on budget vote 2. The ANC support vote 2 on parliament. Chair, do we all know that parliament is a tribune of the people of South Africa? We should consistently, it should be constantly resourced directly to ensure that the accessibility for all people beyond race, class, and gender, varying ability or disability. The ANC believes in an active parliament which has a strong connection and relation with the people through the effective parliament participation of all citizens who live in it. Chair, I believe that parliament has a responsibility of ensuring it deepens democracy and advance the realization of the imperative of our constitution. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, I think we all agree that this budget vote support all key elements of advancing activism in parliament. We also welcome the funding allocations for the restoration of parliament, and we shall play our oversight role in making sure that reconstruction is taken seriously when they implement. Accordingly, we will do our oversight as the committee of parliament. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I have parties that object to vote 2, the DA, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. Honorable Mente.
The EFF calls for a division.
Thank you. I will allow the division, but let me say, please, can we, as I requested when we started, Honorable Mente, maybe you were not here, that we have been supplied with a list. No, I'm not saying I'm denying, I'm just reminding you that we have been given a list and there was no one for this one to call a division. If you intend to do that, please assist us by approaching the table so that as we proceed, we don't have a problem. The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Thank you. Order, honorable members. The question before the House is that vote number 2 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will remain locked. And even on the platform, no going in and no coming. So the whips, if we want to have a good day, we must be very alert and make sure that we are always on the numbers, please. I'm going to ask the ANC now. What is it now, honorable? What is it, honorable members? Honorable members, you see, I have to know what's happening because you are disturbing the process.
Sorry, the DA guy was having a phone in the house.
Okay, so, but is it your work? Why didn't you just stand up and call for an order rather than making noise? Please, guy.
He's still doing it.
Proceed. Please, there are no phones in the house. You know the rules. You can go outside. I don't want to be. No, man. All right, ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. ANC physical here is 41. On the virtual platform is 167, totaling up to 208 voting in full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, in the House, we are 19. Online, we are 59, a total of 78 voting against vote 2.
Thank you. The EFF.
House Chair, 14 online, 21 inside, 35 voting against corruption.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. 7 on the virtual, 5 in the House, 12 voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 2 in the House, 8 on the platform. That's 10 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 1 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. 1 here voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM. Good.
House Chair, 2 on the platform voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Chairperson, 1 in the House in favor.
Thank you. AIC. COPE. PAC.
PAC Chair 1 voting in favor.
Thank you. Al-Jama. The voting session is now closed. As we are awaiting the results, may I make sure that all the whips of parties, you have this document that shows whether you are objecting or not. If you have not as yet notified the table, do so now, because from here on, I will be saying which parties have objected and which parties are making a division. Do so now, please. Thank you, honorable members. The results are up. No abstentions. 125 no, 225 yes. The vote has been agreed to. We now proceed and put on vote 3, cooperative governance. The declarations have been requested. The DA.
Roliwa, your chairperson, critical issues pertaining to provincial and local government sector, as well as traditional leadership, must be considered, well planned, and not be compromised at the expense of society or harm the public. The interministerial task team resolved to bail out ESCOM over the next 3 years of a sum of 254 billion rand. The municipal debt relief will see most of the 37 billion rand owed by municipalities written off without any accounting officers held accountable or not implementing financial controls. Monitoring of section 71, 2 and 3 and section 46, 7 and 8 reports are simply not done by this government, which led to 44% of our municipalities having unfunded budgets and 16 municipalities not submitting their financial statements on time. Of those financial statements were outstanding for more than a period of 2 years or more. These actions demonstrate the disregard of this ANC national government to safeguard the financial fiscus against non-accountability and maladministration. The mandate of the department is to develop a functional and developmental local government system that delivers on its constitutional and legislative mandates within a system of corporate governance. The department did not deliver on its mandate to align its APPs and budgets. Both the Green Drop and Blue Drop report indicates that 65% of our wastewater treatment plants, as well as our water purification plants, has collapsed and is at high risk of non-compliance to various legislation. 90 municipalities face criminal charges. Section 15 requires your department to support municipalities. Like many of our SOEs and departments, you simply fail at that. Votwa Vavasina Ndava. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The IFP, oh, sorry. It came at the end, so okay, it's fine.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, we reject this budget. Minister, on the 30th of May 2023, Nkomazi local municipality adopted a budget that has no allocation for Ward 11. The people of Kahoi, Goba, Eric's village voted for the EFF Ward Councillor to deliver water. When the EFF Ward Councillor raised the matter in the council, ANC members resorted to criminality and violence, perhaps encouraged by the witnessing similar behavior in parliament, used to protect the incompetent president. There is a road, D2953, covering the entrances to Kahoi village and connecting the village with Kamandulo, Kamaspekela, Kambangwane, and other villages. The tar road has deteriorated to a point that it is now essentially gravel. Funding for the rehabilitation of the road has been halted with a budget provision made only for 2025 for a project that has already begun. By the time the second phase of the project comes around, there will be nothing left to rehabilitate. We believe this is an attempt to frustrate the people of Kahoi who gave a mandate to the EFF Ward Councillor. This is the level of pettiness we are dealing with on a daily basis. And this project could also produce work for the people of this ward in Ward 11. So at the same time, the EFF Labour Desk is going to demonstrate its strength there at Optimum Mine in Mpumalanga because about 3,000 workers is going to be retrenched under this ANC government. The Minister Kwete Mantashe does not care about the workers in this country. Chairperson, the majority of municipalities have collapsed. The collapse of municipalities signifies the collapse of service delivery, water infrastructure, roads and sanitation infrastructure. The EFF is in government in the city of Johannesburg, Eguruleni, eThekwini, Nelson Mandela Bay, Mogale City, and Western District. And you are going to demonstrate to our people that it is possible to have people's municipalities that pass people's budget as we are governing as we speak now. Just learn from us, learn from the best. In Eguruleni, we have already begun. Just listen. Eguruleni, we have already begun work to implement revenue enhancement measures. We are building municipal capacity to collect waste regularly and in a cost-efficient manner. We'll carry out this approach everywhere we are given governance responsibility. Stop stealing trucks Eguruleni because you are showing flames. We reject this budget.
Thank you. The IFP,
Thank you. Maybe I should start even if the clock is not ready to find me on the way.
yini engasiredi? Awunasikhathi namhlanje, you have a
Thank you,
global time.
Chairperson. Recent briefings by the AG informed us that only 8 municipalities out of 257 received clean audit, which is a further deterioration from the previous year. The reason cited was the shortage of skills, poor accountability and poor leadership were cited as the reasons. And this not should be the case when you take into account how many years we have got a local government. Fair to this, what is also worrying is the accumulated 4.74 billion in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which impacts directly to the service delivery. And fair to this, the 25.47 billion unauthorized expenditure. I think these honorable chairpersons are things that clearly shows that if we are serious about service delivery and we've got right leadership at the helm, we will be able to solve all these problems. But further to that, I want to deal, honorable chairperson, with this very irritating flea, which is Imam Sheikh of this house. He must really try to focus on Edumbe.
On a point of order, Chair.
Hlala kancane phasi Nkosi. Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 84.
Yes.
I think it's unparliamentary to call another member a flea.
Eh?
A flea. A flea.
Okay, I will check on that one. Thank you. I will check on it.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to remind him that the NFP is dissolving this month. I think that's what should be worrying him so much. And I hope that the ANC will do that which is right, because you've got your own members to deliver, not irritating members like himself who's trying to beg for bread. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thanks.
Order, honorable members.
Thanks.
Babu Kasa, tachi isihlalo sakho. Dada, you don't appear. I've just been talking to this. You don't appear here, but I'm going to allow you the last time because, oh, you just did it now. Okay, proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Let me at the outset say that the NFP will support all the budget votes here today. It is not our policy. It is not our policy not to support this. In the interest of the people we serve, we have to approve the budget so we can continue delivering services. And let us not make it appear as if that because government is, ANC is government, then we must not pass these budgets, because the fact of the matter is that many political parties, like I alluded to earlier on, are governing in different parts of the country, some hopelessly as well, and there's no doubt about it. So, you know, you can see the situation like I raised about KwaZulu-Natal earlier on, run by the IFP and the state of the governance in those areas, and yet he wants to come here and justify that. It's a fact. It's not me, it's the Auditor General that is saying it. It's the people on the ground that are complaining. It is the people that are walking 8 kilometers to go and get water. 29 years later, run by the IFP. So let us not make it look like that there's only challenges as far as the governing party is concerned. Everywhere where you govern, there are problems, there is no doubt about it. But let me say this, Chairperson, allow me to pay tribute and extend our condolences to the family and particularly the mother and father of Muhammad Haitimi Al-Tamini, the 2.5-year-old child that was massacred, shot mercilessly by the barbaric Israeli army. And what is worse, all they could do is say, we are sorry. And I think from that perspective, it is time we as this government take stringent actions. And I want to agree with Honorable Mandla Mandela. I think we need to boycott Israel, shut down the embassy, restrict any trade with them. More importantly, deal with the issue of South Africans that are going and training in the Israel military that's going to pose a serious risk to this country at some stage if we're not going to do it. And very importantly, ensure that Palestinians can also come here visa-free, but put in place stringent visa conditions for these Israeli citizens that are coming into this country. Now, having said that, Honorable Minister, you've heard the state of local government, and I think you know and understand what needs to be done. And as far as the local government perspective is concerned, that is the heartbeat of the delivery of services. And if you are not well capacitated and have people there with integrity, you're continuously going to sit with the problem of delivering services. A lot of this has got nothing to do with this house or national government. There are three different spheres of government. People have the same mandate and responsibility to deliver, and they're not delivering. And I think it's a serious problem and you can see the Auditor General's report. On the issue of policing, Minister, I want to say this. We can pump in more and more resources in there, bring in more police officers, but we have to get to the root causes of the high levels of crime. We have to. Now, you know, we had the opportunity, allow me also to pay tribute to our former chairperson, Tina Jumat Peterson. She refused point blank to approve the budget for the police unless there was a guarantee or a report that could convince us that they had dealt with some of the challenges like the firearms registry, which resulted in us on a weekend 2 weeks ago, going there to see for ourselves that indeed there was progress. And that's when she was happy to say, let us approve this budget report. So she was very dedicated and committed. Allow me to pay tribute to her. But having said that, I think on the issue of crime, I want to say, we found that there were hundreds of taverns open 24 hours a day, bottle stores, second-hand dealers, and also illegal miners in the country. Now, you need to deal with this problem if you want to deal with crime. You know, I know that the local government has bylaws which they can put in place. And I know there is a bylaw that you can't have a tavern within 100 meters of a school or a church and things, but it's there and we're doing very little about it. So I think we need to do that. On the issue of police officers, I want to say again and again, the process we're using in recruiting is not going to solve the problem. We've heard when we went there how many of them, after being recruited and pitched up in Pretoria, went back home. They had better job opportunities offered to them. So they are not passionate about policing. They needed a job. When they got a better opportunity, so we're saying, introduce that at basic education level as a subject on policing. You'll make a big difference if we can do that. And pay these police officers a decent wage. Give them benefits like danger allowance, 23 Rand a day. Tell me who is going to send their child? Something must be wrong with us. And housing, they're not entitled to RDP houses on the one hand, and they can't get financial from the bank either. So what are they supposed to do? Live in the shacks with firearms, being attacked? 35 police officers die in this country every year. Now, for those that are governing at local government, particularly that's attacking each other, what have stopped you in this 29 years to give every South African family in your area, in your municipality, a free piece of land? What stopped you from doing that? What stopped you from doing it? Nobody, because you're allowed to do it, but you won't do it. So end of the day, I think that's one of the things that we need to actually address. On the issue of education, again, I want to say a 30% pass mark is not good enough. Now, over and above the 30%, let me tell you what the other problem is. A percentage of that 30% is a continued assessment for the entire year, which simply means you can't be passing at about 20%. That is the reason why there is a 60% dropout in the first year in Tivat College. That is the reason. We are pumping in monies, paying the entire year. People are going for 2 or 3 times to Tivat colleges in the year, getting those monies. What are they doing? Partying all weekend. They're not going to these colleges. What mechanism is there to these that they are going regularly? This is good money being wasted after ban. Now, the issue on the other issue on basic education, the minister once said there were 3,398 schools using twins, and that it will be eradicated by 2025. And I think we need to accelerate that process. On terms of social development, I want to say there are many social workers qualified, funded by the department, okay, that are unemployed. And in light of the fact that the dysfunctional state of our society, we need more social workers on the ground, safety ambassadors in schools, working with them to identify learners and children at an early stage and deal with that problem. It's one of the only. In terms of the health, I want to say, the NFP fully supports the NHI, but we are not convinced, given the current state of healthcare in the country, that it is going to be successful. If we want to implement this, let us do the right thing and ensure that we are ready to implement it. Otherwise, it's going to be like every other state-owned company. This is the problem we are going to face with it. And then we are going to say we have failed. In the meantime, we are not ready. And as far as the NHI, it's not something we need to negotiate. We have to implement it in the interest of all South Africans to get them. I want to also address the issue of infrastructure. It is common knowledge in South Africa, we lose 40% on goods and services. Now look at the amount.
Order, honorable members, you are making noise.
I'm speaking about budgets, corporate governance. I'm talking about all the budget votes. What is the problem? I'm entitled to my 10 minutes and I'm using it effectively. Thank you. All right. Sorry, I had to answer.
No, don't proceed.
Okay.
I will respond to them later. Honorable members, may I hear the honorable member on the podium, please?
In terms of infrastructure, there is no doubt about it. That is where we can get a lot of our economic growth in a country. But I think what is very important to ensure we get value for money. My chairperson is there, and he knows when I talk about value for money, I talk about a stuck record. We're not getting value for money. If you saw what is happening, and I think there's been a lot of allegations about ESCOM and a particular person and how they've been sabotaging ESCOM and how they're making money in between. These are some of the things I think at some stage we're going to have to deal with. Now, also on the issue on the health, something that I did not talk about is we need, can I be protected?
Gentlemen, please.
As far as the healthcare is concerned, we need to move to a preventative healthcare system. We cannot have our people dying at 20, 30, and 40 years old. It's not acceptable. We need to eat healthy and live healthy, but it starts with us here. We need to pass legislation to make sure that products that are produced, particularly food stuff, are healthy stuff. Not having a can of fizzy drink that has got 9 teaspoons of sugar. It's not acceptable. This city, coincidentally, is like the diabetes capital of the country at this point in time. And I think we need to cut down on things of that. Yeah, there is no doubt about that. Now, I did mention earlier on through you and Minister on the issue of procurement at local government level, what is expected, what we would like them to do in future, to report on a monthly basis in the local authorities and in the database of Treasury, so people can see who are these people getting all these tenders, how much is the value, how are they benefiting from it, are we getting value for money? These are some of the things I think we need to do. Now, I want to talk about the issue of job creation in South Africa. Surely, that should be number one of our list of priorities in terms of economic growth. Our problem is that the labor conditions are very stringent in South Africa. And small and medium enterprises cannot survive. We need to have a kind of a balance together with the union to be able to sit down and say, and I mean, I'm trying to understand the logic. You must earn 4,000 Rand a month. If you can't get 4,000 Rand a month, you stay at home and I'm going to give you 350 Rand a month. So I'm saying, no, that's not the way it should be. There should be a balance. There's lots and lots of work we can create.
Honorable Sheikh Imam, and unfortunately, all your global time is exhausted.
NFP supports the budget votes. Thank you very much.
And honorable members, those who were just raising their hands, show me the time. Honorable Koza, Honorable Shkwamban. If you listen to me when I started, I talked of global time. Please don't do that. We have gadgets here that shows us how much time a person has left. So don't do that again. Honorable members, Honorable Khadebe rose on a point of order. When Inkosi Buthelezi was here, the point of order, which is Rule 84. And I want to say that the order is sustained because here it talks of offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming language or unparliamentary language, nor gestures. As I was sitting here, the Honorable Inkosi continued to use the gestures that confirms that what he said on the podium when the Honorable Member Sheikh Imam was here. The Honorable Inkosi Buthelezi, please stand up and withdraw. I'll withdraw, will I withdraw? Please withdraw.
Yeah, I withdraw. That's what I mean.
Hey, order. Bani.
That's what I mean.
Honorable Siabi, please mute. Inkos, please.
Yes, I withdraw, Chair. That's what
Thank you very much. And please stop with the gestures because I'm watching. We proceed, honorable members, to the ANC.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Ministers present, honorable members. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs sees the budget as a source of hope as it promotes strategic interventions for local government challenges and emphasizes the important role traditional leaders are supposed to play in governance. The Auditor General report has highlighted a number of challenges impacting municipalities, and the department has a critical role to play in order to ensure implementation of audit action plans. The provision of basic services and infrastructure maintenance are key priorities. The ANC welcomes the establishment of Results Management Office, a new strategy aiming to ensure project implementation and accelerate service delivery through the district development model. The ANC believes that the budget vote instills hope and improves service delivery for our people. We therefore support this budget and hope everybody supports. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable members, I've got a list of parties that are objecting. The DA, the EFF, the FF plus, the ACDP, and the GA is calling for a division. The bells will be rung for 15 minutes. 15 seconds, sorry. My apologies. Thank you. Honorable members, can we have our chamber doors locked? The question before the House is that vote 3 be agreed to. I said the whips should be alert so that we enjoy the day. We don't have to even slumber at the end. Are we ready? Whips? May I say, as soon as I call the ANC member to the platform and you know that there's going to be a division, you should start confirming so that siyasheshisa, what? Yeah. The Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, in the House here, we are 37. On virtual platform, we are 169, totaling up to 208. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chair, online, we are 46. In the House, we are 20, totaling 76. CI CASA budget.
Khosikhumbuze kahle. Ithi. Okay, which means we are against.
Object, yeah.
Yeah, now I get it. Yes, EFF,
14 on virtual, 20 in the House, 34 against the discrimination of people of Kwaui, what level?
thank you. We are voting on vote 3, not on the people. The IFP,
Thank you, Chair. 6 on virtual, 5 in the House, 11 voting in favor. Thank you.
thank you. The FF plus,
Thank you, House Chair. 8 on the virtual platform, 2 in the House, that's 10 voting against.
thank you. The ACDP,
Thank you, House Chair. ACDP, 1 on the virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
thank you. UDM,
50% attendance record in the House, voting against, Chair.
we don't have that in our records.
You don't want then.
Thank you. ATM, good.
House Chair, 2 on the virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP,
Chair, 1 in the House in support.
thank you. AIC, COPE, PAC. Akasekho babunyonzo. Aljama. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you, all the honorable members, no abstentions. The noes is 123 and yes, 222. That says the order is agreed to. Thank you very much. We proceed now to vote number 4, Government Communications and Information System. The IFP. They are the ones who asked for declarations.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It seems Honorable Machozi is having.
Thank you, House Chair.
Oh, there she is.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The IFP supports the report.
Kwenzenjani Mama Josi? Awusekho? Awusazwakali? Oh, it's just the support.
Can you hear me, Honorable House Chairperson?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The Media Development and Diversity Agency contributes towards media diversity in South Africa.
as many people in South Africa will rely on small local radio stations or newspapers for access to news and information. In our budget vote debate, we raised our concerns regarding the MDDA lack of transparency when it comes to the community media projected funds. We are well aware that where there is secrecy, corruption is not far behind. Considering the fact that the values of democracy, Minister, a public list of the community project currently financed by the MDDA needs to be made available by your department. Further, Minister, we urge you to play a greater oversight role in the conduct of the MDDA board, as the allegation of the board acting in a biased and inconsistent manner to the prejudice of the deserving grant recipient is not to be taken lightly. Over the 2022-23 financial year, the agency's legal bills amounted to over 7 million. However, allocations of the budget for litigation are estimated at 750,000 annually. Minister, how is it possible that this entity is able to overspend by 10 times what it can afford? Lastly, Vuk'uzenzele newspaper can not only be available at GCIS offices and Tusong Center. We need this newspaper to be distributed in all households, especially in the townships and rural areas, as our youth need to be made aware of employment and opportunities. And also the MDDA cut off its funding on the Jabavu Urban News, which was supplying and thriving in the White City location in Township Soweto. In our conclusion, we hope our implementation of the budget, we hope your implementation of the budget will take into account our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC's led democratic dispensation through our constitution guarantees all of us the right to freedom of expression, amongst other things. Lest we forget that under the National Party rule, a culture of secrecy, disinformation, restrictions on press freedom was the order of the day. GCIS continued to stay true to its mandate by providing strategic leadership and coordinating government communication to ensure that members of the public are informed and have access to government programs and policies that benefit them. To this end, the ANC supports the budget allocation of 749 million in 2023-24, as it will enhance the department's work towards key programs of national importance, such as campaigns on gender-based violence, anti-corruption in government, and economic reconstruction and recovery. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the parties that are objecting is the DA, the EFF, FF Plus, and the ACGP, and there was no division that has been requested. As we proceed, having said that, the vote has been agreed to. We proceed to vote 5, Home Affairs. The FF Plus. The FF Plus. Honorable Ngamasha, you are disturbing the person who wants to speak by coming in there. Mute. Let's allow the FF Plus. If not, the Honorable Vessels.
Chairperson, we can skip. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No problem. And the parties that are objecting is the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP, and there is no request for division. As such, the vote has been agreed to. We pass now to vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperation. The IFP. I pass and he's coming. Oh. Honorable member, yekela lapha, ubizwe ngimi. Qhubeka lapha.
Well, my listening is very good.
Thina sikuthayimile.
Honorable House Chairperson, speaking about the mission of creating social and economic justice here at home and around the world, President Osuthu Buthelezi reminds us that it will require constant pursuit and we can only get closer to that goal while fighting the rising tide of injustice. And therefore, it is concerning that South Africa's foreign policy is fatally flawed and riddled with contradictions and inconsistencies, which, if unresolved, will serve to make us a laughing stock on the world stage where this department operates. The mainstay of our greatest aspirations for a just, prosperous, and peaceful world is our unwavering commitment to human rights. But this commitment cannot be subjectively applied. It must be fairly applied. We cannot speak from both sides of our mouths. For example, how do we reconcile our government's silence on China's human rights violations on Tibet, Taiwan, and Hong Kong with our government's verbosity in condemning America regarding the Cuban blockade? It was Desmond Tutu who reminded us that if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you say you are neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. Therefore, South Africa's neutrality on the Russian war in Ukraine flies in the face of this cogent observation and is an indictment on South Africa's current position on this war. The IFP maintains that the escalation of tensions and violence in the Middle East, insofar the Israeli-Palestine issue is concerned, must be resolved through negotiations towards the attainment of a two-state solution, and therefore regressive diplomacy, such as downgrading the South African embassy in Israel, only acts to flare up an already volatile situation and position South Africa as an untrusted partner in the peace process. When we condemn violence, we must condemn it on both sides, as we do. The IFP condemns all violence regardless of who perpetuates it. Chairperson, we, however, cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater because the world's problems are not linear. Therefore, the IFP supports this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, South Africa's purported non-aligned stance on the Russian-Ukraine war is being met with increased skepticism following the Lady R debacle, the heightened speculation that it will invite Russian President to the BRICS summit in South Africa, despite the warrant of arrest that has been issued by the ICC. And this is deeply concerning to the ACDP, given its possible impact on the economy and, of course, the threats to the AGOA agreement. Now, it is very important to note what the governor of the South African Reserve Bank has said in his bank's financial stability review, that this foreign policy stance carries the risk of secondary economic sanctions. Capital markets are already starting to behave as if secondary sanctions are going to be imposed. The rand is depreciated to all-time lows, and government bonds have risen across all markets and maturities. Secondary sanctions are applied to those countries that transact with the countries subject to primary sanctions, in this case, Russia. Chairperson, given this own goal, four ministers have now been sent to explain South Africa's foreign policy position to the Group 7 countries. And one trusts that this will not be too little, too late. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Do it virtually, Chair. And I proceed, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Mpanza.
Okay. Thanks very much, Chairperson. I declare my full support and enthusiasm for the budget vote today as we embark on a path of deliberate action to make South Africa a formidable force in our region, our continent, the global south, and the world at large. This declaration is a statement to the excellent work done by the department in representing us on various international platforms, providing support to South Africans facing challenges abroad, and communicating our foreign policy with accuracy and precision. It is imperative that we maintain this robust stance on foreign policy, grounded it in the principles espoused by our Freedom Charter. There must be peace and friendship. We must embrace the opportunities presented by the BRICS Association and encourage our participation in its various councils, think tanks, and civil forums. This involvement will boost tourism, promote economic growth and development, and strengthen our position in the international arena. We must also recognize the significance of the African continental free trade area in enabling free flow of goods, services across the continent, generating economic growth, accelerating infrastructure development. As such, we must assert Africa to trade with itself first and foremost and prosper its people by promoting cooperation and strengthening our economic diplomacy with African countries. Furthermore, we must remain committed to avoiding to advancing gender equality and empowerment of women and youth, as demonstrated by our participation in the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. In conclusion, I declare my earnest support for this budget. May it serve as a catalyst for the continued growth, prosperity, and peace for South Africa and the world over. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC support this budget vote.
Thank you. Honorable members, parties that are objecting to the vote is GA, EFF, FF plus, and ACDP, and there is no division that has been called. I proceed, the vote has not been agreed to. I proceed to vote 7, National School of Governance. No party is going to declare. The objections are from the DA, the EFF, the FF plus, and the ACGP, and there's not been a call for division. As such, we will say the vote 7 has been agreed to.
Chair,
Yes.
my hand was up, Chair. I think there's a mistake there because we're abstaining from this vote. We didn't indicate objection, we abstained.
Okay, I think that must be rectified because I may make the same mistake. I've been told the EFF is objecting to all of them. Please, let's look, I'll rectify that, but they must get the correct message. Thank you very much. Vote 7, National School of Governance, no declaration. Is that the one I've just done? Okay, thank you. Vote 8, National Treasury, Al-Jama is the only one. If there is no Al-Jama, then no other declaration. The objection is from the GA, the EFF, FF plus, and ACDP, and no call for division. And the vote is that agreed to. Vote number 9, planning, monitoring, and evaluation, no declarations. The objections are from the DA, the EFF, the FF plus, the ACDP, and no call for division. Honorable members, let me deviate from what we have been doing and do something else before we break for lunch. Honorable members, on the 30th of May, during the debate on vote 2 Parliament, Honorable B.A. Khadebe, MP, raised a point of order contending that Honorable H.O. Mkhalipi, MP, had made an unsubstantiated allegation that the Speaker of the National Assembly had ordered sexual harassment and violence on members of Parliament, and contended that such remarks reflected upon the integrity of the Speaker. At the time, I undertook to consult the Hansard and revert to the House with a considered ruling. In her remarks, Hansard recorded Honorable Mkhalipi as having said the following. We want to reiterate that we condemn the poor violence and barbaric behavior, including sexual harassment, that continues to characterize Parliament ordered by the Speaker. The violence inflicted on members of Parliament for peaceful protest to protect an incompetent and useless president defies the democratic principle and value of Parliament. Rule 85, honorable members, states that no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity, or verbally abuse a member in any other way without bringing a separate substantive motion comprising a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge to the attention of the House. The remarks by Honorable Kalipi that the Speaker ordered violence and sexual harassment on members of Parliament cast aspersions on the character of the Speaker and implied that she acted in a manner contrary to her duty as the custodian of the rights and privileges of the House and its members. Honorable Koza, please. I'm reading a ruling here. I don't want to include you in it. The remarks were not only intended to be accusative, but also to cast aspersions on the Speaker in carrying out her duty of protecting the dignity of all members and to act with fairness and impartiality as prescribed by the rules of the Assembly and the dictates of her oath of office. Honorable Mkhalipi, I consequently order you to withdraw your remarks that the Speaker ordered violence and barbaric behavior, including sexual harassment.
Thanks, our Chair. I'm not going to withdraw because it's true. We even reported the Speaker in the international platform that we as
Honorable
members of Parliament were
Mkhalipi,
sexually harassed.
Honorable Mkhalipi,
I'm not withdrawing.
if you are not withdrawing, you have to leave the House and you will not return to the House.
There is no problem. We stand by
Please,
the truth. We are
Honorable
used in this
Mkhalipi,
House by the
please
Speaker.
leave the House. Please leave the House. And you are not returning after lunch. For the whole day, you are not coming back. Let me put it very clear. Honorable members, we will now break for lunch until 14 hours. The bells will be rung for resumption of business. Business is now suspended. Thank you very much.
We have since then moved on. That vote has now been concluded. I'm sure you'll find other votes where you can use your allocated time to make declarations, but unfortunately, we've moved on. I recognize on vote number 10, the EFF.
Greetings to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, officials, commissars, and fighters. We stand here to reject this corrupt budget, and we call upon all rational members of Parliament to reject the proposed budget that will only serve to advance the privatization of SAA, Denel, Transnet, and all other strategic SOEs. Yesterday, the now suspended and exiled Director General of Public Enterprises, Mr. Tlakudi, came to the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises to present his protected disclosure. While we're not surprised by the revelations, because we know that that is how Mr. Kodan operates, and we had warned the DG earlier when he was singing for his supper and advocating for privatization of Transnet, Denel, and state-owned airline companies like SAA and SAS Press, that Mr. Kodan will use him and throw him under the bus. And it is exactly what happened. The legacy of Mr. Kodan in all SOEs he was deployed to, it is mismanagement, incompetence, and blatant corruption. In the dilemma the ESCOM finds itself in today, Mr. Jamnandas must take full responsibility for the collapse of these SOEs because his deployments are a synonym of failure. But in summary, this is what Mr. Tlakudi presented, that Mr. Kodan is corrupt. Mr. Kodan has turned the Department of Public Enterprises into his little kingdom where he rewards mediocrity because they are loyal to him. It is not us, but is contained in the protected disclosure, although we know that this is true. The Takato deal to privatize SAA initiated by Mr. Kodan is a corrupt deal. Mr. Kodan has lied to the kangaroo court led by Minister Lamula that dismissed Mr. Tlakudi on the 2nd of June 2023, but he has not received the letter of his dismissal even today. The vacancy rate of 41.1% at senior management staff is a deliberate sabotage of the department and the toxic environment created by a person with a God complex but is incompetent. The failure to maintain good audit status by DPE and failure to submit financial statements for audit is a deliberate agenda of privatization. The dismissed DG also said the business rescue process of SAA, which is going to cost more than 200 million legal and valuation advisors, is fraud. The state of relay race load shedding, where one area gets power switch on and the other goes off, is a disgrace to say the least. Most South Africans in their expatriation have branded themselves saying, you know that you are South African when your country takes turns using electricity in our communities. How shameful that citizens have arrived at such an alarming state of despondency. While Mr. Jamnandas of this world, who has portrayed himself as God, is pursuing selfish ventures of self-enrichment at the expense of our people. Mr. Kodan, a reasonable leader, still in touch with his conscious and sober judgment of failure, would have reasonably done the honorable thing by resigning by now. We reject this vote. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order, the UDM. The UDM. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, although the appropriation bill significantly eliminated transfers to state-owned companies in the current financial year, the ANC support it because Budget Vote 10 allocation improves the monitoring and oversight capabilities of the Department of Public Enterprise to accelerate restructuring reforms and turnaround plans aimed at returning our state-owned companies to financially sound and operationally efficient companies, companies which act as the backbone of the developmental state. Some of the restructuring reforms geared towards enabling our state-owned companies to assume a developmental state-focused agenda at this appropriation bill. Support includes the shareholder management bill aimed at standardizing the legislative framework across state-owned companies and the state-owned companies holding company aimed at simplifying the oversight model by increasing centralization of the ownership function. I thank you.
Are there any further declarations? No further declarations. I put the vote. Are there any objections? I've noted the objection that has been supplied to the table of the DA, IFP, FF Plus, and also the ACDP. The EFF, the DA?
I'd like to call for a division, please, House Chair.
Okay, the way we're going to do it now is that where there is a division, please indicate immediately so that I don't need to read the objections because you're going to vote on it anyway. Okay, the bells for this vote will be rung for 5 minutes and subsequent votes will be 15 seconds. The bells will be run for 5 minutes.
I think I understand.
Recording stopped.
No, Mashilo, we really not it. We really not it, Mashilo. We really not it, Mashilo. I'm donating, I'll donate land. Mashila akumelanga club bribe. Kangufumana wena. Club bribe. Kangufumana club bribe. Section 194 akumelanga nto. Akumelanga nto Mashila. Akumelanga nto. Awubo. Zakumana kwi-flat wena Mashila. Kwitshela phe KZN kwase kwi-flat. Siyanini kwi-flat. Kwitshela phe wena Mashila. Suppose ukuthi baye 19. Uthini happy ending? Okay. Kwenzeka ntoni? Ulilela ntoni ekhaya? Ulilela ntoni ekhaya? Akho ndithi inkomo. Andithi nimoshile incoka niyinika amadlelo. Asanazi inkomo. Niyibile. Tonga. Usinetshe ifika. Wise no, nempunzi zathi yabona mna azayela amabhanti bafakayo and ngicabuse ukuthiwa bathenga ibhanti losnatch abathenga ibhanti le-control bathenga losnatch ayasnatch. You can't even break this without.
Recording in progress.
Uthi ntoni ke ngoku? Amameli kubhodongane phaya. Uthi ntoni? Uthi nisho le ntoni ngoku le? Ngoli ndaba zakho.
Izawuphela ixesha libe lokufika kumapha uzawungakwazi ukrosa. Uzawungakwazi ukrosa. Izawuphela ixesha libe kumapha angakwazi ukrosa. Uzawuvota wehleli phaa kusetyenziswa. Awukrosi kaloku xa i-house section. Uya.
Order, honorable members, take up your allocated seats. Order. Honorable members, the speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would like to request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform. That has been confirmed now. And party whips will then be given the opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chairperson. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is that vote number 10, public enterprises, be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and the doors of the chamber and the virtual platform will remain locked until voting is concluded. I will now request whips to confirm the number of members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, in the chamber here, ANC is 36. On the virtual platform, ANC is 163, totaling up to 199, voting in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, we are 19 in the House. We are 52 online. We are 53 online, equaling to 73 in total voting against.
Thank you. EFF.
House Chair, 14 on virtual, 19 in the House, 33 in total voting against
The
privatization.
IFP.
Chair, 6 on virtual, 3 in the House, 9 voting against.
The FF plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 4 members in the House and 6 on the virtual platform. There's 10 voting against.
ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. I just asked ICT to check. I think we've got 2 on the virtual now and 1 in the House. Thank you.
The UDM.
Voting against.
The UDM. ATM. Good. The NFP. The AIC. COPE. PAC. And Al Jamaa. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? It's none. The voting session is closed.
Honorable Chair, can I address you?
Yes,
Chairperson.
honorable member. Honorable
Chair,
Hendricks.
I wanted to vote in favor, but the table muted me and I couldn't unmute.
The Honorable Heron.
Chairperson, I had the same problem that said the host would not allow you to unmute yourself, so I couldn't express the 2 votes in favor.
Can I ask the table to take that into consideration, please?
Chairperson, NFP as well. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for indicating it will be taken into account. May I ask the DA Chief Whip to check the numbers again? According to the table, your numbers are 72 and not 73.
I'm happy to be guided by the table, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Order. There's 127 members that voted against and 202 members that voted in favor. Vote number 10, public enterprises, is thus agreed to. Honorable members, we will now proceed to vote number 11, public service and administration. There's no request for declarations, and we've noted the objections of the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, as well as the EFF. Are there any further objections? No further objections, agreed to. Honorable members, there's loud talking somewhere, and you are disturbing proceedings. Honorable Mashiko, please pay attention. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. We're trying to go through this process very smoothly. But if you sit and have loud discussions, it makes it very difficult. We'll proceed to vote number 12, Public Service Commission. There's objections from the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, and the EFF. Are there any further objections? No further objections, agreed to. I put to you vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. There's request for declarations from the ACDP and the ANC. The ACDP, and then thereafter the ANC. The ACDP?
Chair, I'm awaiting Mr. Thring on the virtual platform.
Okay.
Maybe he's can't unmute himself again.
Chair,
Please proceed, honorable member.
Chair, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Honorable House Chair, the ACDP recently repeated that the Department of Public Works is the largest property owner in the country and yet produces some of the poorest outcomes in this area, particularly when compared to the private sector. It would leverage its asset base so as to be less financially dependent on the taxpayer. The challenges in this department are many, from the telecom towers procurement process to the SIU investigation into corruption in Jozini, on the 85.7 million Jersey barrier wall tender, to the Occubus asset register debacle. From 2012 to date, PMTE has been unable to fully develop and implement the Occubus asset register program, a requirement of the Auditor General. This department cannot function effectively without knowing exactly what it owns, as this malfeasance opens the door for corruption and the hijacking of government buildings. The failures of this department is highlighted by the recent switching off of electricity at a school in Richmond in the Northern Cape on the day that matriculant students were to write their exams in freezing weather due to non-payment of utilities by Public Works. After the ACDP's intervention, electricity was restored. South Africa deserves better. The ACDP is that better. The ACDP does not support this budget vote. Thank you.
The ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. The ANC supports the appropriation bill for the budget vote 13 on public works and infrastructure. Infrastructure development and job creation are critical to the economic recovery, reconstruction and recovery plan. The programs of the Department of Public Works are critical for infrastructure development and job creation through Infrastructure South Africa and the Extended Works Public Works Program. These programs are geared towards skilling our people and providing job opportunities to marginalized communities. Implementation of programs is the key driver of infrastructure development and job creation. The opposition is opposing this appropriation and budget vote, is telling the people of the Republic of South Africa that they do not want infrastructure development and job creation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I now recognize the FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. There's a microphone that is active on the virtual platform. Can we just disable that, please? Honorable members, having confirmed that we do have a quorum. Honorable Adebe, is there a problem at the back? Oh, you are very vocal. We do have a quorum, and the question before the House is that vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure, be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and the doors will remain locked, as well as the virtual platform, and no one will be allowed to enter. And I now request the whips to confirm their numbers. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, in chamber here is the D6. On the virtual platform is 163, totaling up to 199, voting in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, in the House, we are 18. Online, we are 55, totaling to 73, voting in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
House Chair, 11 online, 19 in the House, 30 against.
The IFP.
6 on virtual, Chair, 3 in the House, 9 voting for.
FF Plus.
6 on virtual, 4 in the House, that's 10 voting against.
The ACDP.
1 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM.
1 in the House, voting against.
ATM. Good. Can we just check the virtual platform, please, because these members in the previous vote had a difficulty. They were not unmuted.
Chairperson.
Yes.
2 in favor. I believe the Minister Little is in the House.
No, we don't see the minister here.
Then still on, then 2 on virtual in favor.
Thank you. The NFP.
Chair, 1 on virtual in support.
The AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama.
1 in favor.
Thank you. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? There's no indication. The voting session is now closed. Honorable Heron, we have adjusted your vote in terms of this budget vote to 1 because the minister is not in the House and the minister is also not online.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Minister just sent me a message to say she was kicked out earlier, but she's now back on, but maybe there was that in the gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the outcome of this division is as follows: 116 voted against, 211 voted in favor. Vote number 13, Public Works, is thus agreed to. Honorable members, we will now proceed to vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. There's objections from the EFF. No, but that's why we ask the whips to assist us, because there's a note here, the EFF is objecting to all. So can we just cooperate with the table and indicate correctly so that I don't repeat what is being said? Yes, honorable member.
Thanks, House Chair. My apologies, but I did indicate that two the abstentions. So this one we're also abstaining on. And then, yeah, the
The
rest
abstention will be
fall.
recorded. The objection then of the FF plus and the ACDP is then recorded, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. There's no request for declaration, and there's objections from the DA, the EFF, the FF plus, and the ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. Honorable members, I put to you vote number 16, Basic Education. There's request for declaration from the DA and the ANC. The DA?
Chairperson, the ANC government is completely failing the children of this country. Listening to Minister Mochega, you can hear that her department has no plan to turn the situation around to save this generation of children. 8 out of 10 grade 4 children can't read for meaning, doomed before they even begin, likely confined to a lifetime of poverty and unemployment. Children are dying in pit toilets because the ANC has turned schools into graveyards. Cadres eat through school nutrition tenders while children starve. Many matrics are destined for unemployment because the ANC prioritizes quantity over quality and depth in matric results. Now they are hell-bent on capturing schools by centralizing power into the hands of politicians away from parents and communities that know what is best for their children through the belly bill. Minister Mochega requests we start talking about high-level things in education and stop talking about toilets, yet she can't even do the basics. And unfortunately, we cannot stop talking about toilets, Minister, because the ANC has turned this country into one big toilet. Chairperson, the DA cannot support this budget that has not allocated even 1 cent to reading for meaning or catch-up plans. Until such a credible funded reading and catch-up plan is presented with timelines, we will be doing an injustice to millions of children who depend on quality education to get out of poverty. We can't support a budget that is not eradicating pit toilets, building more quality schools, feeding children twice a day, or thoroughly budgeting for ECDs. Fellow South Africans, there is, however, a lifeline out of the ANC mess. In 2024, vote for a DA government that provides an education pathway out of poverty and unemployment. As is in the Western Cape, double the number of learners can read for meaning because we invest 1.2 billion to catch up learning losses. A government that builds schools in 65 days, a government that feeds children twice a day, where there is quality teaching and quality outcomes, and where learners are not at risk of dying in pit toilets because we have eradicated them in schools. I thank you, Chairperson.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. The ANC is supporting budget vote 16. Education is a societal duty, and the work of the department is geared to enhance our collective effort of growing and developing our children and youth. Basic education is at the cornerstone of the transformation of our country for equity and justice. It is through education that we empower all South Africans to be their own liberators. The department has allocated funds to various projects which seek to address the infrastructure backlog in the sector to improve teacher development. Through this budget, learners will be provided with nutrition, meals, and transport. We are confident that through the enhancement of early learning and the advancement of the 3-stream model, our children will grow to realize their dreams. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, the DA calls for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Can we first confirm that we do have a requisite quorum? Yes, we still have a quorum, and the doors of the chamber and the virtual platform will also remain locked during this proceeding. I now call on the chief whips or the whips to confirm the number of the members present in the chamber and the platform. Honorable Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. In chamber here, we are 37. On the virtual platform is 170, totaling up to 207 voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, on the virtual platform, we are 58. In the House, we are 20, 58 plus 20 is 78 voting again.
Thank you. EFF.
House Chair 11 on 9, 19 in the House, 30 against.
Thank you. The IFP.
Chairperson, 6 on virtual, 3 in the House, 9 in support. Thank you.
Thanks. The FF plus.
Okay, House Chair, we are 4 in the House, 6 on the platform, 10 against.
Yeah. ACDP.
ACDP 1 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against.
The UDM.
1 in the House voting against, Chair.
ATM. UDM, you're voting against?
Yes.
Yes. Good.
Chairperson, 2 on the virtual platform voting in favor.
Thank you. NFP.
Chairperson, 1 on virtual in support.
The AIC. COPE, PAC, and Al Jama.
We voted favor. 1.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any members that wish to abstain or vote differently to their parties? There's none. The voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 121 that has voted against, and there's 220 that has voted in favor, and vote number 16, basic education, is thus agreed to. I now put to you vote number 17, higher education and training. There's request for declarations. The EFF. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, Deputy President, and National Chair of the EFF, Commissars and Fighters. We are actually voting against this budget. As things stand, it is difficult, as it has been for the youth and young people of South Africa to access the doors of higher education. Every year, beginning of the year, prospective and returning students who come from highly disadvantaged conditions are subjected to paying registration fees, despite the fact that they do qualify academically and they come from poor families. As if that is not enough, they will then be required to pay accommodation fees before they access the gates of the institutions of higher learning. Furthermore, they will be forceful to pay tuition fees before they can get their academic result or even get degree, diploma, or certificate. These young people, even after graduating, they still go to streets to join the majority of youth and young people who are sitting at home, hopeless, miserable, who have already gave up of their lives, since they are not working, and also they are not even attending any formal education. Minister Blade, I don't know why you are still the minister. I mean, it's 20 years now in that ministry, but yet you have nothing outside corruption that you can honestly show the people of South Africa. We have nothing, but we need the government that it has a political will
to deliver free, quality and well-resourced education. And that it can only come from the government of the EFF. Minister Blade, NSFAS is not a solution to the question of free education. I stand to perhaps suggest to the House what could be the solution to free quality education. We need to establish what we call educational test, whereby all public servants, you MPs, MPLs, councillors, people who do business with government, people who do business with universities, people who work in government departments, people who are always tendering in the government must pay educational tax, at least 3% educational tax, and that money must be directed to educational coffers. Young people of South Africa, indeed, 2024 is our 1994. For us to go and change the situations we are faced with as young people, we need to take it upon ourselves. Go out and vote in numbers. We vote the corrupt ANC, we vote the racists out, and we put the government of the EFF because it's the only government and it's the only organization that it can deliver us. As I'm about to crocodile, Minister Blade, up to date, you have never accounted for the amount of more than 5 billion, that which is missing into the skills funds. And you are sitting there pretending to be working for the people of South Africa and young people of South Africa and the students in general. As EFF, we stand to say we reject this budget because it's not resolving issues of South Africans and young people and students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order. Order, honorable members. The UDM. Will you take your seats, please? Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Honorable members, order. May I request you, when you know you must make a declaration. Honorable members at the back, can you keep quiet, please? When you know you must make a declaration, make your way to the waiting chair on my left so that we save time. The UDM.
House Chair, the United Democratic Movement does not support this budget vote. Minister Blade Zimande will recall that during the budget votes in 2022, the UDM called for an urgent sustainable solution to the issue of the funding of missing middle students. However, as resourced as the department is, there's still no tangible progress on this matter. Thousands of students at higher education institutions across the country are facing financial exclusions and fee blocks due to the long-standing funding crisis. This prevents students from being able to continue their qualifications or even being able to graduate at the end of the process. All that the department does is altering empty promises to find a long-term solution to this problem, while thousands of helpless students are being denied an opportunity to study. Not only that, even funded students have to wait for several months during the academic year to receive their meals and book allowances. Each year, students from various institutions around the country, recently you saw what happened at CPUT, embark on protests concerning the distribution of allowances and other factors that are related to NSFAS. And unfortunately, many NSFAS students, as beneficiaries rather, come from disadvantaged households, therefore are subjected to write exams on empty stomachs without material, and yet they're expected to meet the 55% pass rate. To make matters worse, rather I should say, the scheme is also characterized by incompetence and maladministration. For example, an SPU report revealed that 5.1 billion has been paid out to just over 40,000 non-qualifying students across the different tertiary institutions. I'm not too sure if about non-qualifying but because Gondi Pangela up, I cannot afford fees as universities across the country. Maybe we need to clarify this thing and say who's non-qualifying, but most Black people can't afford higher education institutions in this country. Full stop.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Even in the midst of budget constraints, the ANC-led government has ensured that education remains its apex priority. Education is central to the development of the country. The budget allocated of 132 billion will go towards supporting students from poor working class families through NSFAS funding. 1.1 million students from TVET colleges and universities will be funded to access post-school education and training. Honorable Chair, the allocation for skills development is aimed at addressing the triple challenges: poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Young people who are not in education or employment training will access education and training through artisan development, learnerships, skills development programs, and work integrated learning for those who need workplace learning to complete their qualifications and internship. So as the ANC, we support this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There's objections indicated by the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. Are there any other objections? No further objections. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 18, health. There's a request for declaration from the DA and the ANC. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Over the past weekend, the Health Committee conducted oversight visits to hospitals in the Eastern Cape Province for the second time in 6 months. These hospitals face similar challenges to all those in any of the other provinces in our country, except for the Western Cape. They operate in despairing environment characterized by shortages of nurses, clinicians, medicine, and medical supplies, as well as food shortages. Surgeons lack the necessary equipment to perform critical surgeries, and patients must bring their own linen due to inadequate supplies. None of these hospitals comply to the ideal clinic standards outlined in the NHI bill, and year after year, healthcare budgets are slashed while medical treatment costs rise. Accruals and medical legal claims further strain the budget, leaving hospitals with less than 50% for operational expenses. The recent incident at Maheng Hospital, where newborns were placed in cardboard boxes due to lack of incubators, exposes the ANC government's disregard for human life. Patients suffer due to the ANC's failure to address the systemic failures in our healthcare system caused by mismanagement, fraud, corruption, and cadre deployment. The severe shortages of nurses poses a significant risk to South African healthcare system. Shockingly, the Department of Health spent 30 million on just 44 posts for the NHI, despite the staffing shortages in the healthcare system. The private sector has repeatedly offered to train nursing staff, but the government has not made the necessary minor legislative changes, impeding on improvements on patient care. Given these circumstances, the DA cannot support this budget. The ANC must prioritize patient care over self-serving interests and address these failures within our healthcare system. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress stands to affirm that its support for budget vote 18 on health. The department has demonstrated the resilience of our healthcare system and is having a plans to continuously improve public health care for all. The department has undertaken programs to prepare for the national health insurance, which will transform our health system to benefit all South Africans. The budget vote supports the development of hospitals and clinics, which will contribute to increasing access to undeveloping areas and rural location. Healthcare is a human right, and through primary healthcare and preventative measure, we can have a health and a productive nation. To have a sustainable healthcare system, it is critical to have adequate health human capabilities, and the department will continue
training health practitioner, and educating young people through the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro medical scholarship initiative. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As ANC, we fully support budget 18.
Thank you. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance, the Chief Whip.
House Chair, the DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. All honorable members, can we confirm that we do have a quorum? We do have a quorum, and the question before the House is that vote number 18 health be agreed to, and voting will now commence. And I'll request the whips to indicate the number of members present in the chamber and on the platform, and indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. In chamber 37, on virtual 170, totaling up to 207, voting in full support. Thank you.
To the DA.
House Chair, online we have 20. Online we have 761. And in the House, we've got 20. And we have a total number of 81 members voting against.
The EFF.
11 online, 17 inside, 28 against.
Thank you. The IFP.
Chair, 6 on virtual, 3 in the House, 9 in favor.
Thank you. FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. It's 4 in the House, 6 online, that's 10 against.
Thank you. The ACDP.
ACDP has 2 on virtual, 1 in the House, 3 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
1 in the House, against, Chair.
Thanks. ATM. Good.
2 on the virtual platform in favor. Thank you.
Okay. NFP.
1 on virtual in support, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. AIC. Cope. The PAC. And Al Jama.
1 in favor.
Thank you. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? None. The voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 123 that voted against, 220 voted in favor. Vote number 18 health is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 19, social development. There's request for declarations from the DA. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance makes this declaration between the Child Protection Week and Youth Day. These 2 sectors of our society have been hit the hardest by social ills that have been exacerbated by the ANC government's decades of corruption. To put this into perspective, more than 1/3 of South Africa's children live below the food poverty line. Further, 30% of boys and 25% of girls under the age of 5 are stunted. This means they cannot reach their full growth and development potential because of the irreversible physical and cognitive damage caused by persistent lack of proper nutrition. In 2021, 25.4% of young people between the ages of 18 and 24 in Quintile 1 schools attended secondary schools, which means their grants had been stopped and they were not financially supported before they wrote their matric. This is what the Democratic Alliance Social Development Policy aims to correct. The Democratic Alliance will peg the child support grant at the official food poverty line. We will also extend the child support grant to include learners who are still attending school over the age of 18 to ensure they have financial stability until they complete their matric exams. We will extend the child support grants to cover pregnant mothers so that they can have better access to the nutritious food their baby needs to get the best start in life. When will this happen, you ask? The answer is 2024, when the DA rules this country.
In your dreams.
Good.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, honorable members. Please proceed, Honorable Aaron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, following the COVID-19 pandemic, this country, like many others around the world, experienced economic devastation with hundreds of thousands of jobs lost. In response to this, we developed and initiated the SRD grant that, while not flawless, saved many lives and proved that the state does have the potential to finance large-scale poverty relief and social support. With this in mind, it's important to note that the last meaningful poverty index or data we have is pre-pandemic and pre-Eskom's current crisis, and thus we can expect the level of poverty to have risen substantially. Taking all this into account, Good will continue to advocate for the need for a basic income grant and what it would bring to our country. This initiative is financially beneficial to the economy and would elevate a large number of our people from above the poverty line. Every one of these citizens would now become a much stronger contributor to the South African economy, and ultimately, as it has been seen in other parts of the world, jobs will be created. While the cost and wide scale of this initiative makes some people hesitant to believe it could be a reality or feasible, it is important to realize that we have already studied its feasibility, and the real question is not whether we can afford to do it, but rather whether we can afford not to. Putting the money into the hands of our citizens satisfies their right to constitutional social support and dignity. This grant would be the most impactful form of assistance ever offered to our citizens by the state, and that shouldn't be seen as daunting, but rather a goal to strive for. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC supports vote 19 on social development. Social protection is a fundamental component of our socio-economic transformation. It advances social development through empowering people to protect their well-being and to undertake developmental opportunities for their livelihoods. Our social grant system cautions the impact of inequality and poverty to ensure no South African sleeps with a hungry stomach. The increasing cost of living and the disaster we experience require this department to provide a safety net. This budget supports the continuation of the social relief of distress grant. We believe a progressive social security system should cover all vulnerable persons, and this budget vote seeks to do so. Working with various social partners, the department will continue to contribute in building the South Africa that we want. Thanks, Chair. We support the budget.
Thank you. I recognize the Chief of the Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, the DA calls for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I've established that we do have a quorum. Honorable members, the question before the House is that vote number 19, social development, be agreed to. May I request the whips to confirm their totals, both in the House and on the virtual platform. The ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. In chamber here, 36, on virtual, 170, totaling up to 206 voting full support. Thank you.
the DA,
House Chair, in the House, we have 20, online, we have 61, a total of 81 voting against, vote 90.
the EFF,
11 online, 19 in the House, 30 against.
the IFP,
3 in the House, 6 online, 9 voting in favor.
the FF Plus,
Consistently 4 in the House, 6 online, 10 against.
the ACDP,
Chair, 3 on virtual, 1 in the House, 4 voting against.
UDM,
1 in the House, voting in favor, Chair.
ATM. Good.
2 on the virtual platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. The NFP,
1 on
ANC.
virtual in support, thank you.
the AIC, COPE, PAC, and Al Jama.
1 in favor.
Thank you. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from the party? None. The voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 125 voted against, 220 voted in favor, and vote number 19, social development, is thus agreed to. We now proceed to vote number 20, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. There's no request for declarations. There's objections from the DA, the EFF, FF Plus, and ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 21, Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. No request for declaration. There's objections from the DA, the EFF, FF Plus, and ACDP. The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 22, Correctional Services. There's objections from the DA, EFF, FF Plus, ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 23, Defense. There's request for declaration from the DA.
Thank you, Chair. Insufficient funds are allocated to rebuild and reposition the Defence Force to defend South Africa from current and future threats. Vote 23 offers little value for money and will not stop the destruction of what is left of our defence capabilities. National Treasury does not trust the Minister and the Department to make the right political choices and spending on the right priorities. It is obviously the political and managerial will is absent. The Minister made many promises, but has failed to put that into actions. For instance, her criticism about having too many generals. Given the financial constraints, the following are examples of what remain inconceivable. 1, cost of employees remains 70% of budget with little left to sustain our prime mission equipment. Both civilian and uniform staff should have been reduced. Senior staff remains, number 2, senior staff remain on suspension at full pay without being charged. For example, the Deputy Surgeon General for the last 3 years. 3, spending on staff benefits and protection services. 4, parades for promotion and armed forces days should be limited. 5, spending 1.5 billion rand on domestic and international travel. 6, the retention of all 44 defense attaché officers. 7, the wasteful Cuban Operation Tusano should have been terminated a long time ago. The Defense Force is also politically abused by the ANC to demonstrate their alignment with Russia despite the economic consequences at the expense of the GDP and the Defense Force. If nothing was loaded onto the Lady R, why is the President refusing to make available the terms of reference and results of his panels? This appears to be an unequivocal admission of guilt in advance. Hiding the findings will only further damage our economic interests and integrity and will support the perceptions of an ANC cover-up. I thank you.
The ANC. The ANC. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As a declaration, let it be known that the African National Congress fully supports the budget vote for the Department of Defense and Military Veterans. We acknowledge the vital role that the National Defense Force plays in protecting our sovereignty, promoting peace, security, and stability in our country and on the continent. We further recognize the commitment of our soldiers in times of crisis, as demonstrated during the July 2021 civil unrest and the COVID pandemic. We call for the increased budget allocation to empower the South African National Defense Force to continue serving our country and responding to the needs of our people, referring to South Africans. We urge the department to combat non-compliance, maladministration, fraud, and corruption swiftly, including addressing the issues of gender-based violence in the defense force. It is essential that military and defense sectors are sufficiently funded, given ongoing global economic challenges. We commend the Honorable Minister and the department on their work in safeguarding our national interests, including border safeguarding, maritime security, and airspaces, and support to the SAPs. We urge that investments be made in new technologies and systems that strengthen the performance of our defense force, in line with the international recognized standards. We also acknowledge the plight of military veterans and their dependents and emphasize the need to ensure that they receive the benefits they are entitled to and they deserve. We call for a thorough investigation into the plight of self-defense units members and a policy that addresses the contribution and sacrifice. Additionally, we recognize the valuable work of the military health department in providing care to soldiers and their families, as well as ex-combatants and their families, and call for the allocation of sufficient resources to ensure its continued success. Therefore, as the African National Congress, we wholeheartedly support this budget vote for the Department of Defense and Military Veterans as the aim to build a united, non-sexist, and non-racial, prosperous South Africa, including those who always reject. Thank you.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
Chair, we call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 23, defense, be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and I request the chief whips of parties to indicate the numbers of their members. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Virtually, we are 171, and physical, we are 35, total 206, voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, in the House, we are 20. Online, we are 60. In total, 80 members voting against.
The EFF,
House Chair, 11 online, 20 in the House, 31. But House Chair, can I register? The Minister of Finance is making noise.
I think, order, I think the two of you must go and have tea sometime. The IFP, the EFF, EFF, are you voting? Are you voting in support or against?
Oh, against, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP,
Chair, she's been so engrossed with the minister, she forgot to say that. We are 3 in the House and I still think we are 6 on virtual, but the table can confirm. That's 9 in favor.
the FF plus,
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Ons is 6 aanlyn, 4 in die huis, dis 10 daarteen.
the ACDP,
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP is 3 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
the UDM,
And the Gumngongo chairperson and the CAS.
the ATM. Order, honorable members. Good.
House Chair, 2 on the virtual platform and in support.
The NFP,
1 on virtual in support, Chair. Thank you.
AIC, COPE, PAC, Al Jama.
1 in favor.
Thank you. Are there any member that wish to vote differently from their party? There's none. The voting session is closed. Order, honorable members. There's no abstentions. There's 126 that voted against, 219 voted in favor, and vote 23 defense is thus agreed to. I put to you vote 24 IPIT. There's no request for declaration. The objections of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, and EFF is noted, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. Request for declaration, the FF plus. The FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The department failed to meet its constitutional mandate due to poor governance, state capture, and corruption. Our courts are understaffed and overwhelmed. Private prosecution is more commonly used than ever before, as South Africans have to determine their own destiny where the state failed with after-tax money. The Freedom Front Plus will not support this vote. Thank you, Chair.
The ANC. Is there a declaration from the ANC?
One of the Department of Justice's primary aims is to ensure an accessible justice system that promotes the constitutional values and to provide transparent, responsive, and accountable justice services. This budget vote speaks directly to that. Having passed the 3 acts to curb gender-based violence, we welcome the new directives in terms of the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, which impose stricter duties on office managers, supervisors, and clerks of the court when dealing with cases of domestic violence. This vote contributes to the running of the Thuthuzela care centers, which are a critical tool in government's integrated strategy to combat sexual violence. TCCs have been increased from 55 to 62. We note that the NPA's report that it exceeded its target for the conviction of sexual offences. Much work is being done on the DNA backlog project, despite the many challenges, and appears to be paying dividends. This is welcomed. The ANC supports this budget vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The following parties have indicated their objection to this budget vote: the DA, the EFF, the FF+, the ACDP, and Al-Jamaa. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections, and the vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote 26 military veterans. We've received objections from the DA, EFF, FF+, and ACDP. Are there any further objections? No further objections. The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 27, the Office of the Chief Justice. We've received objections from the DA and the FF+. Are there any further objections? The EFF. Are there any further objections? No further objections. The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 28, Police. There's request for declaration, the Democratic Alliance.
Chairperson, allow me to first express my sincere condolences to the ANC on the untimely passing of the chairperson of this committee, Honorable Tina Jumaat-Peterson. May her soul rest in peace. Now, Chair, in 2019, National Treasury issued an instruction that the SAPS must cut its budget by 5 billion in 2020-21, 6.5 billion in 21-22, and 7.8 billion in 22-23. That's nearly 20 billion rand in just 3 years to this critical service delivery portfolio. COVID-19 stalled the cuts in 2020-21, which have now been kicked down the road to this budget for 23-24, where SAPS faces a budget cut of over 5 billion rand. The DA warned then that SAPS would lose personnel and that they could hardly afford to lose, and that we would lose the war on crime. Well, we have lost approximately 20,000 SAPS members since 2019, and crime is skyrocketing across the country. South Africans are less safe and feel less safe today than ever before. It is not clear from this shrinking budget how SAPS will sustainably employ the new trainees we are always hearing about. Perhaps this is just another unfunded promise. South Africans don't need promises. They need plans backed by a budget which leads to decisive action against violent criminals so that we can all feel safe in our homes again. South Africans are dying. They are being raped, assaulted, and robbed, while the ANC cuts the very budget meant to keep them safe. Defunding the police won't keep South Africans safe. The DA does not support this budget.
EFF+. Is there a declaration from the FF+?
Ja, daar is, voorsitter. Geachte voorsitter, verlede week het Suid-Afrika 'n bloedige week gehad wat betref plaasmoorde in Suid-Afrika. In 1 week is daar dieselfde hoeveelheid boere op hulle plase vermoor as wat die hele eerste kwartaal of 3 maande van hierdie jaar of die 4de kwartaal van die polisie se statistiek aangedui het in terme van 8 plaasmoorde. Voorsitter, dit moet baie duidelik gestel word dat wat betref plaasmoorde daar te maklik gesê word dat dit is maar net gewone misdadigheid. Dit is nie gewone misdadigheid as slagoffers van plaasmoorde aan die brand gesteek word terwyl hulle nog lewe nie. Vir te lank word daar geskuil agter die verskoning dat plaasmoorde maar net gewone misdadigheid is. Dit is nie gewone misdadigheid as 6 aanvallers met aanvalsgewere soos AK-47's opdaag en dan die boere vermoor nie. Voorsitter, ek wil dit vandag baie duidelik sê. Die landbougemeenskap is onder beleg. As jy gaan kyk na die statistiek vir die afgelope 4 jaar, dan is daar 1 moord vir elke 8 aanvalle. Dit beteken dat as die landbou nie sy eie veiligheidsmaatreëls daar stel nie, dan sou die moordsyfer baie hoër gewees het. En daarom doen ek 'n beroep, spesifiek op die minister, dat hierdie aanvalle baie deeglik ondersoek word, want ek beskou dit as deel van georganiseerde misdaad. En daarom moet dit 'n prioriteit wees wat betref die werk van die polisie. It's no use that we say, but it is just normal criminality. If we go and look at the rural safety strategy from the police, in theory it's a good strategy, but in practice they do not comply to what they say in the plan. Therefore, I want to say that if there's not swift action from the police, you must not be surprised if people start taking the law in their own hands. En ek sal nie die mense kan verkwalik as hulle reg in eie hande begin neem om hulle te beskerm teen hierdie moorddadige aanvalle op ons boere nie. Baie dankie.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ACDP again offers its condolences to the ANC and the family of the late Honorable Tina Jamut Peterson. There can be no doubt, however, that most South Africans do not feel safe, either when out in public places or in their homes. This is exacerbated by the fact that property-related crimes have increased by some 7.2%. The latest quarterly crime statistics released by the police further corroborates the view that the majority of South Africans do not feel safe, with the murder rate increasing by 206 cases, standing at some 6,289 cases. Put another way, there were more murders in 3 months in South Africa than 6 months in the Russia-Ukraine war. Attempted murder also showed an increase, with Police Minister Becky Cele reporting that contact crime in South Africa increased by some 6,299 cases under the same period. While there was a slight decrease in sexual assault, with reported rape cases down by 2.8%, South Africa still has one of the highest, if not the highest, rape rate in the world, with some 66,196 incidents per 100,000 people. According to a survey conducted by the South African Medical Research Council, approximately 1 in 4 men surveyed admitted to committing rape in South Africa. This is an indication of the scale of the war against our women, children, and families in South Africa. Over the years, the budget given to the police department has not resulted in a decrease in crime. Hence, the ACDP will not support this budget vote. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Let me also take this opportunity as a portfolio committee member to lower our banner in passing of Comrade or Honorable Tina Jumat Peterson. Her contribution, which was positively and constructively a good thing to the committee, will dearly be missed. We would like to send our condolences to the comrades and friends, as well as the broader family and the entire family of the ANC. Let me take this opportunity, Honorable House Chair, to start by saying the ANC supports the budget vote 28 because it contributes to the building of safer communities as required by the National Development Plan. The third quarter crime figure shows that while there are increasing contact crimes such as murder, assaults, and robberies, there is an improvement in crime detected as a result of police action. The decrease in some crime are attributed to increased police visibility through patrols, stop and search operations, vehicle checkpoints, and roadblocks. It has been reported that more patrols, vans, and high-power vehicles have been ordered to supplement visible policing, and specialized units such as high patrols, flying squad, to respond effectively to crime. The new fleet of police vehicles will bring a better police visibility and empower police to be more effective in fighting crime. We welcome the work done by the DPCI in ensuring that those who kill police officers are brought to book. The ANC support this vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the DA.
The DA calls for a division, House Chair.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Order. Having confirmed that we do have a requisite quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is that vote 28 police be agreed to, and voting will now commence. I now recognize the Chief Whips to indicate their numbers. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 173 virtual. In the House, we are 36. And the total is 209 voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, online singamashumi mabini. Online singamashumi asithandathu, in the House singamashumi mabini. In total ngamashumi asibhozo voting against.
The EFF.
11 online, Chair, 16 in the House, 27 in total against.
The IFP.
Chair, I'm told we are 8 online now and 3 in the House, 11 voting in favor.
The FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. It's 4 in the House, 6 online, it's 10 voting against.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 3 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM.
1 in the House voted against.
ATM. Good.
2 online voting in favor. Thank you.
NFP.
1 on virtual in support. Thank you.
AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama.
1 in favor.
Honourable members, are there any member that wish to vote differently from their party or abstain? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 122 voted against and 224 voted in favor. And vote number 28, police, is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I put to you vote 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. There's request for declarations, the FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. The draft regulations published by the Department of Water and Sanitation that will determine access to water based on skin color will have a catastrophic impact on food security in the agricultural sector in South Africa. Suid-Afrika se landbousektor neem sowat 60% van die land se jaarlikse waterverbruik en dit is duidelik dat hierdie sektor geteken word met die nuutste regulasies. Hierdie regulasies is niks anders as grondonteiening sonder vergoeding nie. Rasbeperkings wat op water kan nie as 'n teenvoeter vir die ANC se gefaalde restitusieprogram gebruik word nie. Mens kan nie deur wetgewing grootskaalse swart deelname aan landbou bewerkstellig nie. Die land het bykans nie meer krag nie. Water vir gewone gebruik is reeds 'n krisis en nou is die regering besig met planne om 'n kosproduksie te vernietig. Suid-Afrika staan nie meer op die rand van 'n afgrond nie. Ons is besig om oor die afgrond te tuimel en hierdie regulasies gaan vir Suid-Afrika net vinniger grond toe laat val. Minister, ek pleit vandag by u vir die boere van ons land, vir voedselsekuriteit in ons land, vir elke mens wat moet eet om te leef in ons land. Praat met die eweknie in die departement van water en sanitasie. Laat hulle die katastrofiese impak van die regulasies besef. Bring hulle tot beter insig dat vir Suid-Afrika in sy toekoms hierdie regulasies nie sal deeg nie. Ek dank u.
Thank you. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, there was an imbizo in Paul Drakensberg recently by the President, and many farm workers wanted an opportunity to bring their plight to the attention of the President, but never got a chance to do so. This is dwellers from Nantes. After living there for 50 years, they were evicted. Their electricity, water, everything has been cut off. And in spite of a court order, they still are on the verge of dying of thirst. There's no electricity and no services. So the President didn't hear the message. I hope he listens to it now. Also, I took the Deputy President to District 6, the previous Deputy President, and I hope the new Deputy President will carry out the promise that they will speed up restitution in District 6. Honorable House Chair, in 2002, I got an award as one of the pioneers of internet in South Africa for creating next generation jobs and new revenue streams. As a man, I hope to inspire young aspirant farmers, men and women, to take the agricultural sector into the next decade, creating revenue streams that will boost the fiscus, making South Africa shine as a country with full employment and poverty-free in terms of international indexes. Al-Jamaa embraces technology and industry 4.0. Honorable Chair, you must write it down, 4.0, to support in this industry with jobs and skills. Our young people must have capabilities fit for the future, which is provided by Industry 4.4 related jobs, tech-centered business startups, and taking on managerial and leadership roles in exploiting the full range of benefits from Industry 4.4. In manufacturing, the public sector and corporates, there are exciting innovations on stream-related areas. Remember the word stream. And that also eventually lead to having live projects and interactive engagement with those who want to learn and start enterprises around some of these technologies. The stream seems to have left out agriculture. Al-Jamaa is going to push in the city of Johannesburg as part of a collective of 8 political parties to take the agricultural revenue stream and to create next generation jobs to a level never dreamt of before, after engaging expert from London, Professor Karnas. From Johannesburg, metro streamers must not only reach every farm in South Africa, but stream must spread to every country in Africa. What happens in Johannesburg impacts on the whole continent. You remember in school, Honorable Chair, they said when France sneezes, Europe catches a cold. Similarly, when Johannesburg is returned to our iconic city, it will not benefit the residents of Johannesburg only, but also South Africa and the whole of Africa. So Al-Jamaa has a very important role to make sure that the city of Johannesburg is returned to our iconic city. And we ask all honorable members to support us. So this destabilizing Johannesburg is part of the campaign for a return to white corporate rule, using sometimes corporate skirted blacks. Many trousered blacks are already captured. Destabilizing Johannesburg is holding back the United States of Africa. The 8 coalition partners in the city of Johannesburg therefore have a revolutionary role to play for the sake of the African child in the field of agriculture. This declaration is to encourage scientific curiosity among the youth as they develop their skills. This declaration has no parallel in South Africa or anywhere else in the world. It is inspired by the visionary project of Her Royal Highness Princess Sarah bin Mas'ud bin Abdulaziz Al Saud with a vision named ILMI. Al-Jamaa is adding to the streaming innovation of ILMI the integration of digital technologies into agriculture that will increase productivity, sustainability, and profitability. However, it is important to address challenges at the digital divide, data privacy, and cyber security to ensure equitable access and safeguard sensitive information. The 10 differentiations, and I'm going to focus on one or two, Honourable House Chair, and I hope honourable members find the time to write it down. The first one is precision agriculture, then genetic engineering and biotechnology. 3 is vertical farming and hydroponics. 4 is robotics and automation. Robotic milking. I know you're used to milking manual, Honourable Chair. Robotic milking is the way for the future. Machines and autonomous tractors that can navigate fields and perform tasks without human intervention. So, Honourable Chair, when you see tractors moving on fields without a person driving the tractor, don't be shocked. It's not a ghost driving the tractor. Internet of Things, number 5, honourable members, know the term. Now, I know how, honourable members know the term Internet of Things. Now, I know how it will take agriculture to the next level. Sensors, actuators can be deployed to make informed decisions regarding irrigation, pest control, and even animal management. Number 6 is sustainable farming practice, and there's still 4 to go. Big data analytics. 8, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence-powered robots are being utilized to plant, harvest, and crop monitoring. So many people don't have back problems in the future. Number 9 is blockchain, and 10 is farm management system. Honourable House Chair, illicit financial flows if stopped will double the budget of the fiscus. So honourable members are asked to support the UN Convention on Tax Reform as proposed by South Africa under the presidency of Thabo Mbeki. Fatherhood is practiced and advocated by Chief Albert Lutuli must be a family policy for South Africa. Al-Jamaa is concerned that fathers are encouraged to opt out of their responsibilities. That must change, and I'm glad that the Deputy President has asked fathers in this House to have more regular breakfasts with their children. I hope you enjoyed your breakfast this morning, Honourable Chair. The Treasury must have fiscus wardens to follow all the money that is disbursed so the poor children and the elderly get their pound of flesh. I'm pleased to inform Treasury and the nation that Al-Jamaa has a footprint in nearly 100 villages. This will be put before the Interministerial Committee chaired by Deputy President. Al-Jamaa has taken Parliament to the villages, and now we want to take the economic needs of villages to the Interministerial Committee of Cabinet Ministers. This is a new job that the President gave to the Deputy President when he was appointed. What is said is that no money has been budgeted for women to help with transport to get maintenance for the kids, but their fathers do not get transport allowance. Department of Justice discriminates against women. Al-Jamaa has constitutional master certificates for 3 private members' bills to restore the dignity of all women by getting justice for maintenance of their children as men fail to pay. Muslim women are assisted by a registration bill to get their nikah marriage certificate to trigger a valid South African civil marriage certificate. Here, the Minister of Home Affairs has gone the extra mile. The third bill, if passed, will get Muslim women to take their woes to the divorce court in terms of Sharia marriage law. Imagine, after 27 years, some women were not allowed to appear before the divorce court. Honourable Chair, thank you very much. Al-Jamaa supports this budget.
Honourable Hendricks, you asked the members to take note of the points that you made. I see no one took note. I will almost request you to read it again so that they can take notes. But thank you very much. Honourable members, I now recognize the Chief Whip of the FF+.
The FF+ calls for division.
No, my apologies. There's the speaker from the ANC before that. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Ministers, Deputy Ministers present, my colleagues. Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, The ANC support the budget vote 29 and recommendations of the Portfolio Committee's reports on the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Developments. Honorable Chair, the ANC takes notes of the implementation of the agricultural sector in helping grow our economy and the potential that the sector has in the creation of mass employment opportunities. We take note of the challenges faced by the sector, such as the outbreak of foot and mouth animal disease and the climate change induced devastating impacts throughout and flash floods in our country. It is for this reason, Chair, as the ANC, we consciously use budget allocation as a tool to finance our policy priorities aimed at the eradication of poverty, unemployment, inequality, while addressing issues of race, class, and gender equity. Honorable Chair, we acknowledge funding challenges still faced by many of our emerging smallholder farmers, especially the rural women and youth farmers. And we have called for enhanced accountability on the PESA funds and the blended financial module at the land bank. We have emphasized the need for accountability by the bank and access to funding, as well as effective implementation of the mandate of the land bank in agriculture, which is helping our people. We accept that the budget of the department is not sufficient to radically meet the needs of our slow-growing economy. And this regards, I would like to join our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa in calling for a new consensus on growing our agricultural sector through social impact. I thank you.
Now recognize the Chief Whip of the FF Plus. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. The FF Plus calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, having confirmed that we do have a quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is that vote number 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Virtual, we are 171. In the House, 35, total 206, voting in favor.
The DA.
House Chair, in the House, we are 20. Online, we are 54. That is a total of 74 voting against.
The EFF.
House Chair, online we are 15, in the House we are 16, voting against with 31.
The IFP.
Person 8 online, 3 in the House, 11 voting in favor.
The FF Plus.
6 online, 4 in the chamber, that's 10 voting against.
The ACDP.
2 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM.
1 in the House voting in favor. Thank you.
The ATM. Good.
2 online, voting in favor.
The NFP.
1 on virtual in support. Thank you.
AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. Al-Jama.
In favor.
Thank you. Is there any member want to vote differently or abstain? There's none. Voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 118 voted against, 222 voted in favor, and vote number 29, agriculture, is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 30, communications and digital technologies. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The South African Post Office remains a thorn at the side of this department. Minister after minister, they have failed to provide decisive leadership on SAPO. The ANC has failed to provide decisive leadership on SAPO. SAPO has been financially unstable for years, and it has now reached a new low. The reason SAPO continues to receive massive state bailouts is simple. The ANC wants a state bank, and what the ANC wants, the ANC gets at whatever necessary means. Since 2013, SAPO has been losing millions due to poor management and looting of taxpayers' money. As a result, innocent workers are being laid off, medical aid funds not paid, and SAPO branches closing, leaving the poorest and the most vulnerable without services. Yet, with all this criminality, there is no tangible criminal prosecution. All this while executives remain secure in the comfort of their jobs. House Chairperson, what is embedded in the budget of the department is the fact that SAPO has outstanding liabilities of 5.3 billion rands. Now, let me remind this House that SAPO owes the ill-conceived Post Bank 3.2 billion rands. Essentially, SAPO is over 8.5 billion rands in the red. The DA respects the court process relating to the provisional liquidation of SAPO, and we will monitor this closely. We also note that 12 new companies have joined the court application. I must state that the process of the liquidation of SAPO comes as no surprise to the DA or anyone who has followed the downward spiral of this entity over the last few years. And the minister really believes that SAPO will be granted business rescue. We can declare without any doubt that the ANC has the reverse Midas touch. Everything the ANC touches breaks, because for the ANC, it is the ANC first, maybe South Africa later. On the Post Office of Tomorrow Strategy, House Chairperson, we can only say we have heard and we have seen this all before. It is the same script, but the different minister. The DA does not support the budget vote. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Over the medium term, the department will focus on coordinating rollout of broadband into under-serviced areas through South African Connect and enabling digital transformation, inclusion through legislative and regulatory interventions, bridging the digital divide that exists in the country and ensuring that young people from all walks of life have access to the internet, as it is the central to the economy of the future, is the apex of priority. And to this end, we welcome the budget allocation for vote 30 on communications and because it caters for the maintenance of phase 1 of South African Connect project, as well as the expansion to phase 2, which will look at capital equipment and new fiber infrastructure. or to lease existing fiber to expand ICT networks into under-serviced areas. Phase 2 also involves city upgrading and connecting government sites from existing budget, and ICASA imposing universal service obligation on the mobile network operators to connect 18,036 schools, 3,873 health facilities, 8,241 tribal authority sites. Both phase 1 and 2 have been allocated 3.8 billion over the next 3 years. The ANC support vote 30. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the DA.
House Chair, the DA calls for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honourable members, having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is that vote number 30, communications and digital technologies, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
You House Chairperson, we are 36 in the House, 171 virtual. The total is 207 voting in support.
The DA.
House Chair, we are 19 in the House, and we are 54 online, and there's 73 voting against.
The EFF.
House Chair, we are 18 in the House, 15 online, total of 33 voting against.
IFP.
Chairperson, we are 3 in the House. I'm told 8 on virtual. That makes it 7 voting in favor.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We are dynamic. We are now 3 in the House, 7 online. That's 10, but consistently voting against.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 2 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
UDM.
1 in the House, voting against, Chair.
ATM. Good.
2 on the virtual platform in favor.
NFP.
1 on virtual in support. Thank you.
AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama.
1 in favor, thank you.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently from the party? None. The voting session is now closed. Other members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 120 voted against. Honorable member at the back. Let me repeat. There's no abstentions. 120 voted against and 222 voted in favor. And vote number 30, communications, is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 31, employment and labor. There's a request for declarations. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, South Africa's sky-high unemployment rate is the single biggest threat to our future. The figures are alarming. Over 11 million people do not have a job. The expanded unemployment rate is fast approaching 45%. Everywhere it governs, the ANC destroys jobs. Only in the DA-run Western Cape are employment numbers substantially on the rise. Decades of ANC cadre deployment and corruption have hollowed out the state. The government's bad policy choices have tanked the economy. On the ANC's watch, Infrastructure is collapsing. Load shedding has returned us to the dark ages. This so-called progressive ruling party is profoundly regressive, forever taking the nation backwards. Enter the Minister of Employment and Labour, armed with the Employment Equity Amendment Act and its mind-blowingly retrogressive regulations. The minister has taken it upon himself to try to socially engineer the labour force. He has set racial quotas for employment in various economic sectors, reducing human beings to decimals, treating them as fractional parts. In some provinces across the country, Indians and coloureds are no longer welcome in the workplace. The minister's message to them is clear. You are second-class citizens. You don't belong here. This throwback to apartheid-era job reservation is going to deter investment, strangle growth, and destroy jobs. That is why the DA is heading to court. We say, ditch the Race Quota Act. And while we're at it, the DA government would cut red tape and reform our labour laws, exempt small businesses from the automatic extension of collective bargaining agreements, and make it easier to hire young workers. It's time for South Africans to destroy the job destroyers, the ANC at the polls.
The FF Plus.
Honourable House Chair, the Department of Labour is central to the last thing the ANC has going for it, namely race-based politics. Because where is it easier to enforce race-based apartheid-designed legislation than in the labour market and onto the private sector? Mark my words, the Employment Equity Amendment Act will worsen unemployment and the social ills that go hand in hand with it. This act is the last convulsions of a dying organisation. South Africans are fed up with this government's social engineering, discriminating, autocratic and interfering legislation. Julle sal sien. House Chair, the North American rat snake starts feeding on itself when it can't find food. The ANC has decimated the economy and jobs market of this country. They've plunged more people into poverty than South Africa has ever seen before. We have a higher unemployment and crime rate than most war-torn countries. There's nearly nothing left for them to feed on. And so now the ANC is feeding on itself. Soon there will be nothing left and we as a country will finally be free. I thank you, House Chair.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC support vote 31 on employment and labor. Secondly, it must always be stated that South Africa has a systemic, deep and structural nature of unemployment. This is the reason that unemployment rate is so stubborn. Chairperson, we have this democratic government that is led by the ANC, which continues to implement broad and wide range of policies aimed at addressing challenges of unemployment, which has historical origins because there are a majority of people of this country that were taken out of the economic creation space due to the color of their skin. Lest we forget, we have sustained period of sluggish economic growth. All countries are able to deal with challenges like unemployment when the economy is doing well. Ours, even when it does well, it tends to uplift, empower, and develop those racial groups who were already the beneficiaries of the racist National Party, the privileged ones. Now, when we work very hard and around the clock, ensuring that the wealth of this country is shared among those who work it, parties like DA and the FF Plus are hard at work at ensuring that the economy of this country continues to be exclusive for the privileged few. Employment Equity Amendment Act number 4 of 22, amended Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998. Sorry, Chair, network is giving me a challenge.
Please proceed, Honourable Member. Seems to me the
Employment Equity Act number 4 of 2022 Do you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you. You may proceed, honorable member.
Amended Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1988, which by way gave the employers a blank check to be accommodative of all people of this country in the workplace, including those whom we refer to as designated groups, people living with disabilities, women, and all other vulnerable groups that received short end of the stick from the racist policies of the National Party, which the DA is fighting tooth and nail to maintain, including divide and rule. Whilst we are busy as the ANC building non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa, the DA and the EFF plus and the FF plus is busy polarizing, disintegrating South African society by all sorts of distortions, falsification, mispresentation of all our labor laws, like the Employment Equity Amendment Act. Chairperson, Chapter 2, Section 9 of the Republic of South African Constitution. Allow me to quote, "Equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedom. Promote achievement of equality. Legislative and other measures designed to protect or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination." What this is in the nutshell means that democratic South Africa leave no one behind. Like the DA and the FF plus do not agree, because according to them, those who continue to struggle and find life tough must continue to suffocate, while those with inheritance of crime against humanity must continue to be protected and cushioned. The ANC boldly rejects that notion. Chairperson, the issue of the two funds, the UIF and the compensation fund, are diligently being attended to by the portfolio committee. We have summoned the UIF in the meeting that was physical, and thank to the parliament for permitting the meeting to be eyeball to eyeball. We have UIF who knows exactly what it must do. But having said that, it will be amiss of me, Chairperson and honorable members, not to tell this august house that UIF initially budgeted to assist workers with temporary employment relief scheme amounting to 40 billion rands during lockdown occasioned by the COVID-19, but ended up paying more than 60 billion to assist workers. And with all those, including the employers who embezzled some of these workers' relief funds, 60 of them have been arrested, gone as far as sentencing, with one of the fellows sentenced to 20 years. Honorable Chairperson, in the program of the Portfolio Committee, we have a date with the Compensation Fund. It is a follow-up to a number of interactions that we have with them, where we deal with good and bad stories. Compensation Fund has developed a tertiary bursary program for dependents of permanently injured and deceased workers. I continue to be fascinated by the rehabilitation and return to work program of the Compensation Fund. They have this worker that got injured and found himself in a wheelchair, but Compensation Fund made it possible for this particular work who is now polishing diamonds at De Beers. As I've already indicated at the beginning, the ANC support budget vote 31 on employment and labor. I so submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, we call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Are we still speaking? Are we still debating the second column? No, that one there. For debate, isn't it?
Honorable members, can we close the door at the back, please? Thank you. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is that vote 31, employment and labor, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. I'll recognize the political party whips. the ANC.
Request for declaration.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Virtual, we are 169. In the House, 35. The total is 204 voting in support. Thank you.
The DA,
House Chair, in the chamber, we are 18. Online, we are 55, totaling to 73 voting against.
the EFF,
On line 11 in the House, 20, 31 against.
IFP,
Chairperson, 3 in the House. I'm told 8 virtually, subject to confirmation, voting against, 11.
FF plus,
7 online, Chair, 3 in the House, that, 3 in the House, 7 online, that's 10 voting against.
the ACDP,
2 online, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
UDM,
1 voting against, Chair.
ATM, Wood,
2 online voting in favor, thank you.
NFP,
Chair, 1 on virtual in support.
AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Al-Jama. Member is not there. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none, and the voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 129 voted against, 207 voted in favor, and vote number 31 in employment and labor is thus agreed to. Honorable members, we will now proceed to vote 32, forestry, fisheries, and the environment. We've received objections from the DA, the EFF, the FF plus, and the ACDP. Are there any further objections? No further objections, and the vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 33, human settlements. There's a request for a declaration from the FF plus.
Dankie voorsitter. Die meeste protesaksies in Suid-Afrika ontstaan as gevolg van die onwettige besetting van grond. Dikwels in gebiede wat nie eens geskik is vir ontwikkeling nie. Maar dan word basiese dienste geëis. Indien dit nie onmiddellik verskaf word nie, dan begin die protesaksies wat tot jare kan duur. Die publiek word verhoed om betyds by hulle werk op te daag wat die ekonomie verder benadeel. Polisiebeamptes wat misdaad moet bekamp, spandeer duisende ure om protesaksies te beheer terwyl hulle misdaad moet bekamp en paaie word gebrand en beskadig. Munisipaliteite het verskeie redes aangevoer waarom grond onwettig beset word. Een van die redes is dat hulle nie genoeg grond beskikbaar het vir ontwikkeling nie. In 2019 het die Vryheidsfront Plus die minister van menslike nedersettings versoek om 'n opname te maak van grond en metro's wat geskik is vir ontwikkeling. 3 maande later kondig die minister aan dat daar 14,000 hektaar om die metro's beskikbaar is. Die departement van openbare werke is opdrag gegee om die staatsgrond te ontkoppel van landbou na residensieel. Die werk is binne 3 jaar afgehandel. Dit stel munisipaliteite in staat om vooruit te beplan en basiese dienste daar te stel en is daar geen rede vir plakkers om grond onwettig te beset nie. Die probleem is dat die munisipaliteite nie vinnig genoeg reageer nie en steeds word grond onwettig beset terwyl daar geen rede is vir onwettige plakkery nie, siende dat daar wel genoeg grond beskikbaar is. Dit is 'n geval van gebrek en beheer deur dienslewering deur alle munisipaliteite Wes-Kaap ingesluit dat hulle nie vroegtydig grond identifiseer nie en kan niemand anders as slegs die munisipaliteite daarvoor aanspreeklik gehou word nie. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC. Before the ANC, before I call the ANC, Honourable Suchil Swai, will you take your seat, please? There's also a request from Good. Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the housing backlog in this country is sitting at about 2.4 million. And this number, after nearly 30 years of democracy, represents a crisis. This is especially so when we consider that in the last financial year, we delivered only about 38,900 houses. Access to housing and shelter continues to be a struggle for the homeless. And following the failure to address the housing crisis of this country, many South Africans will still live in informal environments. The reality is that we have a housing program that is unresponsive, inflexible, and outdated. And if we do not overhaul the program, embrace local flexibility and innovation, we will increasingly fall behind and fail in our constitutional obligations. While some housing authorities, local authorities, or provinces continue to blame a shortage of land, this is a fallacy and a poor excuse. Due to the land laws of the apartheid era, we are unique globally for the amount of land under state control or state possession within our democracy. Public land should be used for public good, and a continued stream of land release would strengthen functional towns and cities and secure dignified housing for our people. Housing and the lack of it continues to disadvantage our citizens with safety, access to economic opportunities, and a future. Shelter is one of the most basic needs a human can have, and without it, South Africa can be a hostile place. Thank you.
The ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, good afternoon. The ANC is in support of Budget Vote 33. The Freedom Charter committed a democratic government to ensure housing, security, and comfort for all South Africans. And that commitment is visible to everyone who has got eyes. We commend the department for ensuring that people who do not qualify for government subsidies and home loans are covered through the financed linked individual subsidy program. We further wish to commend the commitment by the department and the Housing Development Agency to release land for housing in the form of serviced sites. This financial year of the MTSF, the department will continue with its program to unblock some of the blocked projects to ensure that beneficiaries receive their homes. Rectification. It is through the various strides of the department to bring about housing security and comfort to all our people has been realized. The African National Congress fully support the report on the Budget Vote 33. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, we've received objections from the DA, the EFF, FF Plus, and ACDP. Are there any further objections? No further objections. Vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote 34, Mineral Resources and Energy, to you. There's a request for declaration. Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, as winter climbs to its apex, millions of South Africans are looking to their heat and lights and wondering if the next time it goes off, it will come back on again. The load shedding crisis continues to hold this country in its jaws, and despite claims that load shedding will be concluded in December, the reality of a grid failure looms on the horizon. This failure should be our number one priority, as we have already lost up to 300,000 jobs in Gauteng alone. We cannot afford nor manage that situation should it occur, and we must look to our possible solutions with the mindset of rapid development. The most viable and proven fast solution is a green transition. There's still backlash and hesitancy to this idea due to perceived job losses and shying away from a resource in coal that we have an abundance of. And while both of these points are relevant, there are preventative measures in place already to ensure that no one gets left behind during this new era. The green revolution is occurring within the country whether government supports it or not. Industries and mining are turning to solar. Multiple massive wind farms have had bids approved and have started to enter the production phase. We've seen a rapid demand for solar panels from the residential sector, breaking any previously held record and incentivizing some initiatives such as the Power Heroes program, which financially supports our citizens' investment into this transition. When combining with this with various large nations aiding the country, the West through the JETP and China's commitment, one can see that it's not only time for a green revolution, but that this revolution is turning in green energy's favor. With every instance of breakdowns, corruption, and mismanagement throughout Eskom, this revolution burns brighter, and it is the future of South Africa's energy pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress unequivocally supports the appropriation bill because Budget Vote 34 allocation is geared towards improving the DMRE's policymaking and regulatory capabilities, which had unintended developmental consequences in the past. For instance, through this appropriation bill, the DMRE is empowered to submit before the end of the 6th and Parliament 3 groundbreaking bills. That is the Electricity Regulation Act, the Electricity Pricing Policy, and the Upstream Petroleum Development Bill. And talking about that bill, we did consultations in 9 provinces, and you also did public hearings to educate our people about this bill, which attempt to create a competitive electricity market capable enough to deliver competitive electricity tariffs for poor households and key strategic sectors at the heart of the reindustrializing our economy, as well as separate in mineral and petroleum provisions to incentivize investment and create investor certainty, respectively. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
Vice Chair, we call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. And the question, honourable member at the back, please take your seat. Let me start again. The question before the House is that vote number 34, minerals and energy, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 35 in the House, 169 virtual. The total is 204. Voting in support. Thank you.
DA.
House Chair, we are 19 inside the chamber, 55 online, and we are 74 in total voting against.
The EFF.
House Chair, 15 online, 18 inside, 33 against.
The IFP.
Chairperson, 3 in the House, 7 on virtual, 10 in favor.
The FF plus.
House Chair, we are 3 in the chamber and 7 online, that's 10 against.
The ACDP.
Chair, 2 online, 1 in the House voting against.
The UDM.
1 in the House voting against.
ATM. Good.
2 in favor on the virtual platform.
NFP.
1 on virtual in support. Thank you.
AIC. Co. PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none and the voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions. 121 voted against, 217 voted in favour. Vote number 34, mineral resources, is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 35, science and innovation. There's a request for declaration from the Freedom Front Plus. The Freedom Front Plus. Is there a declaration?
Chair, the member is online, but if there's a problem, then we can skip.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The African National Congress supports affirmative action to encourage all people marginalized and vulnerable to acquire, develop technological skills as acknowledged by Minister Blade Nzimande in the delivery of the budget vote. Fundamental is the investment towards a new target that is set for funding the country's research and development. Programs to attract adequate investment in R&D across all sectors and throughout the country. This requires us to use and increase the uptake of locally produced technologies. Honorable Chairperson, our government understands that the people in the science and technology sector cannot be achieved unless they are grounded in sound education and research policies, which have capabilities in our country. We support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We have received objections from the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. Are there any further objections? No further objections. Agreed to. Vote 36, small business development. Request for declaration from the UDM. Honourable members, I have previously requested that if you want to make a declaration from where you seated, you may do so. And if you want to use the podium, you must come timeously to the front so that we do not delay proceedings.
Chairperson, niyayitshintsha le list. I don't kaleni okanye ekugqibeleni. Okwesibini, eza microphones iphazi mfutshane bangathi utshayela ngeentshia okanye ujongisa umetyiso ezantsi xa uthetha. Ayilo xesha lenu eli, aningeni ndawo. Mamelani, you see the problem with the small business. The small business, the approach here to is spaza shop mentality. When I used to work in the banking industry, we used to call small business big business because that's what we used to do, focus on them and make sure that we grow and provide support to them. But yeah, this small business is so hlulwa. I mean, look at the budget, this small business, 2.5 billion rands, and most of it here to these useless entities that send our people from pillar to post when they come to apply for funding. Your good on arts and culture budget, yes, 6 billion. Arts and culture most into ukuthi tutwini akuhlanga lungehlanga. Okanye ixele elabhabhathane ekuthiwa livivingane, imane ibhabhele esibaneni ibhiyozela isibane esingalayitwanga siso. Meaning bathanda nje kwizisusa abangakhange baziqale ngokwabo bebhiyoza izinto ezenziwe ngabanye abantu. The other thing is, in the past, if you consider what's happening in the rest of the African continent, I've made mention on numerous occasions of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act, where specific industries and sectors of the economy are reserved for locals. Uqiniseka ukuthi abantu bakuthi ezilokishini bayakhuseleka. Asiyenzi thina loo nto apha kwavula zibhuqe, ngena abantu benze le nto afuna uyenza, akarejisterishanga for VAT, kwenziwa nje unothanda kubhatalwa tax, kulalwa kwakwezi zipaza shops because phana ngaphakathi umuntu akanayo enye indawo ohlala kulalwa ezikhonteyneni, batya ukutya abantu ke-expired kwezi zinto, neekhokho ongazazi uba zivela kweliphina icala, which is a problem. But also there's victimization continues as small businesses. Most yethu apha sikhuliswe ngemali eshibhini, nam ngoba ndihlapha ngaphambili ndikhuliswe ngayo, ndondliwa ngayo, ndasiwa ngayo esikoleni. Kodwa uyofumanisa ukuthi la mapolisa xa efuna unxila, abantu bokuqala baba-victimizayo ngaba mama abathengisa utywala, asibancedisi nange-off-site licenses. Instead, sivele kufike kuxuthwe utywala, kuxuthwe yonke into because bafuna unxila nge-weekend, bangazobazi abantu bazawustokha njani emveni koko. The other issue apha ephinde ibe khona into yoba nalapha kule Western Cape, the transport sector is victimized. Abanye bethu apha thina bamnyama bakhuliswe imali yeteksi. Kodwa apha zithi zaqala ujikele ekoneni ziyi-impoundwe nje for the silliest of reasons, instead of helping the sector in order for it to be able to flourish. No one considers what happens to the operators and the drivers who are unemployed, who can't feed their children every day ngenxa yobubhanxa, uba bezisa izinto zabo kwiindlela ezakhiwe ngemali yethu ibe ngathi zezabo lamasela.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. From the river to the sea, Palestine must be free. The budget allocation allows for the Department of Small Business Development to continue carrying out its mandate of supporting entrepreneurship and SMME development, especially in our townships and rural community. This budget will seek to approve loan finance to the value of 2.5 billion rand and disperse 2.2 billion rand to 93,000 small business cooperatives, which includes 30,000 young people. Small business is big business. The African National Congress support budget vote 36. I thank you.
Well, members, I've received objections from the DA, the EFF, the Freedom Front Plus, and the ACDP. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections. And with those objections, the budget vote 36, small business development, is agreed to. I now put to you, honorable members, vote 37, sports, arts, and culture. The EFF. Honorable members, the member is delivering his maiden speech to the House. So, please continue, honorable member. Order.
Grace and peace to the chief in command, the EFF leadership, and the ground forces of the government in waiting. House Chair, we rejected this budget vote when we participated in the debate. We want to reiterate the view that this department has completely ignored the cultural and creative sector, such that many of our legendary artists, actors, sportsmen, sportswomen are dying and getting buried as paupers. The minister speaks of discovering, developing, and encouraging national talent. We all know that this is a myth, as there has never been even a single program that searches for raw talent under the ANC government. Unless the minister wants to falsely claim to be running pop idols. As far as we know, ANC has always seen the sector as nothing more than just an afterthought, a donkey's wagon to carry the wishful hopes of its imaginative social cohesion program. It is the figment of his imagination to even say that the government under the ANC is making inroads towards social cohesion. The Rainbow Nation exists in theory, thus racism is still rife against Africans, in particular Blacks. It is misleading the country to say that you will create jobs. The demagogy and the rhetoric known of ANC since the dawn of democracy. one would ask how the minister is going to create jobs and for who? When he has turned the department into the events management company.
Honorable member, your
When the-
time has now expired. Thank you.
When the DIC and the Department of Labor has dismally failed,
Honorable
failed
member.
since 2009
Your time has
Today-
expired.
to define workers as workers.
Umnandi, Magasman. Order, honorable members.
Makasman.
Order.
Makasman,
Order, honorable members. The ANC. Order, honorable members. Take your seats now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable members, please, honorable member, those members at the back that are standing, take your seats. Take your seats.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Alderman Hlangwini, will you take your seat, please? Please proceed.
The African National Congress stands to affirm that it supports the budget vote 37 as delivered by the Honorable Minister Zisigot. We have seen the continuous work and achievements by the department over the past 4 years. We recognize that the arts and culture, a sense of identity and pride, has been cultivated in our country. The government has prioritized the creativity of our South African creatives as 3 received Grammy Awards. The successful establishments of arts and culture academies, as well as incubator programs and community arts center programs are some of the testimonies accounted for. The department has multiple plans to change the conditions of our creative artists. Our government has encouraged social cohesion.
Order, honorable members, order.
Working on unity among various sporting codes for transformation, and the dancers are our witness. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the FF Plus.
Thank you, Chair. The FF Plus calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members, having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 37, Sports, Arts and Culture, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. In the House, we are 36. Online, we are 168. The total is 204 voting in support.
The DA.
Chairperson, in the House, we are 18, online 55, a total of 73 voting against.
The EFF.
17 in the House, 15 online, 32 against.
IFP.
3 in the House, 7 online, 10-4.
Baie dinamies.
The FF Plus.
Baie dinamies, ons is nou 4 in die huis, 6 aanlyn, dit is 10 en ons stem daarteen.
ACDP.
2 online, 1 in the House voting against.
The UDM.
1 in the House against.
ATM. Good.
2 online and in support.
NFP.
1 on virtual in support.
AIC. COPE. The PAC. Al Jamaa. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their party? There's none, the voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 119 voted against, 217 voted in favor. Vote 37, sports, arts and culture is agreed to. I now put to you vote 38, tourism. There's a request for declaration, the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As I have expressed my budget vote declaration, tourism is an important department to assist in stimulating the economic development and job creation of South Africa. The IFP is concerned about the South African Tourism Board and its appointments. There are really ground for concern by the committee, especially as the number of board meetings held is in directly contradiction with Tourism Act of 2014. Even after the committee draw your attention to this, as a minister, you are compelled to respect the legislations of our country and inform the board of such irregularities. The Board of South African Tourism seems to be of opinion that they are allowed to act independently of legislations governing its operations. The issues with the board are so glaringly obvious that the entire committee stands united on not approving the budget unless the following conditions have been met. The target in the annual performance plan of South African tourism have been revised. The vacancy at an executive level of South African tourism are filled. The delegation of authority taken by the board in the letter of 27 April 2023 has been reversed and given back to the executive as South African tourism. Honorable Minister and the IFP take the rejections of the budget vote very seriously, and we cannot approve the spending of public funds, which we believe will be disappropriated and without legislative condition being met. I would like to know what steps have been taken since the budget vote declaration on the 24th of May to address parliamentary concern. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The African National Congress supports budget vote 38 on tourism. We remain unwavering in our conviction that the sector is a pivotal sector in the country's economic recovery. Therefore, it is important that it is transformed to ensure that tourism establishments are transferred to villages, townships, small dorpies, so that they can boost the economy and develop our own local and cultural economies. To this end, we are happy that the Tourism Equity Fund has been released and will be disbursed to deserving tourism businesses. In the same vein, we call for the ministry to quickly resolve the issue on our entity, South African Tourism, as we have boldly raised it on the PC meeting leading up to the budget debates on the budget vote for SAT, that SAT needs to ensure that it fills in all the 5 executives which must be able to spend the 53%, which culminates to 4.2 billion that gets transferred to the entity. Honorable members, we understand as the African National Congress that the budget is the only tool to ensure that we transform and make the life of our persons and the people that vote for us for the better. We are therefore supporting this budget to ensure that it translates to our manifesto promises and it does build the economy that we want to live in. Amandla.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the DA.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Honorable members. Let's wait for the honorable member to take a seat. Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable members, having confirmed that we do have the quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is that vote 38 tourism be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Online, we are 168. In the House, 37. Total 205 voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Chairperson, in the House 19, online 55, a total of 74 voting against.
The EFF.
18 in the House, 15 online, 33 against.
The IFP.
Sorry, 3 in the House, 7 online, 10 in favor.
The FF plus.
6 online, 4 in the House, 10 against.
ACDP.
2 online, 1 in the House voting against.
UDM.
1 in the House, voting against.
ATM. Good.
2 online voting in favor.
The NFP.
1 on virtual in support. Thank you.
AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jamaa. Honorable Singh.
Sorry, Chair, it's getting late in the afternoon. It's 10 against. Thank you.
Against, 10 against. Is there any member that want to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none, and the voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions, 131 voted against, 208 voted in favor. Vote 38 tourism is agreed to. I now put to you vote 39, trade, industry and competition. Requests for declarations have been received. The FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. South Africa's future economic prosperity is linked to political conditions and policy revisions. The government's lack of political will and capacity to implement economic recovery plans with speed and urgency, and or not at all, is a serious impediment. More rapid economic growth would have placed South Africa in a much improved fiscal position with higher gross domestic product per capita and a substantially lower unemployment rate. Honorable House Chair, the Freedom Front Plus will not support this budget vote. Thank you.
The ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, DTIC has a mandate to facilitate the creation of a conducive environment for companies to grow, consequently creating jobs. The reality is that we are shedding jobs, evidenced by our high unemployment rate. Clearly, this department is failing to create an environment conducive for economic growth. We welcome the increased beneficiation measures championed by the ACDP for many years. And while we have generally given support to the department's master plans as potential catalysts for economic and industrial growth, this department has become hamstrung by a lack of structural reform as it holds on to race-based policies reminiscent of the dark days of apartheid. The result of this is reflected in our economy, with some of the highest inflation rates sitting at 6.9%, inflation at 6.9%, poverty increasing, a Gini coefficient of 63.0, indicating the highest inequality levels in the world. High unemployment of 32.9% on the narrow definition of unemployment and 42.4% on the expanded definition, with 7.8 million unemployed and 16.8 million South Africans not economically active. Additionally, our debt to GDP is expected to reach 70.1% by the end of 2023, with debt servicing costs becoming the largest budget item, crowding out social welfare and economic programs. The call by Mr. Ramaphosa for structural reform and partnership with the private sector rings hollow with the tabling of the Employment Equity Amendment Act and the draft regulations by the Department of Water and Sanitation to determine access to water based on skin color. The ACDP believes that Black South Africans are intelligent, innovative, industrious, and capable of proving their worth if given quality education which nurtures the commensurate skills required by the business and industrial sector. In addition, an environment conducive to economic growth which fosters job creation is what is needed, not race-based legislation reminiscent of the hideous days of apartheid job reservation based on the color of one's skin. The ACDP does not support this budget vote.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress supports Budget Vote 39. Our transformational objectives are centered around the work of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The vote is very clear on the direction of our economy and that our economy should be taking, which includes reindustrializing our economy, dealing with the structural constraints of concentration and the abuse of dominant players in the market, including the intensification of localization, which will create many job opportunities and build resilience for our economy in a highly unstable global political climate. We further believe that this budget seeks to address the necessary integration of the African economy through the economic integration using the African Continental Free Trade Area as a tool to achieve this. Those who support progress and development fully understand how important this is for the greater good of South Africa and the continent at large. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, we have received objections to this vote from the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. Are there any further objections? No further objections, and with those objections, the budget vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote 40, Transport. There's a request for declaration from the FF Plus.
Dankie, voorsitter. Dit is algemeen bekend dat alle sterk ekonomieë in die wêreld oor moderne vervoerstelsels beskik. Openbare vervoerstelsels moet bekostigbaar en te alle tye beskikbaar wees. In Suid-Afrika is dit egter nie die geval nie en word arme mense geforseer om van taksies gebruik te maak. Ons treinstelsel praat as van die swakste en vervoer slegs 2 miljoen persone per week, terwyl taksies ongeveer 105 miljoen passasiers per week vervoer. In die Nelson Mandela Metro is geen passasierstreine sedert Februarie 2022 beskikbaar nie. Kan u glo in 'n metro sonder passasierstreine? Alle Suid-Afrikaners sal verkies om per trein te reis, aangesien dit die goedkoopste manier van reis is, maar omrede daar nie genoeg lokomotiewe is nie, word hulle verplig om van taksies gebruik te maak wat baie duurder is. Die treinstelsel voor 1994 was van die beste en het passasiers en vrag dwars oor Suid-Afrika vervoer. Dit was die slagaar van die ekonomie en was alle dorpe en stede in Suid-Afrika verbind met 'n moderne treinstelsel. Dit is deur die ANC vernietig. Weereens het die ANC die armes versaak. Ons spoorwegstasies is vervalle en die meeste sal herbou moet word. Die rede is dat daar geen spoorwegpolisie is nie en dat private sekuriteitsmaatskappye onvoldoende is. Ons provinsiale paaie is in 'n baie swak toestand as gevolg van slaggate wat veroorsaak word deur swaar vragmotors. Die departement van vervoer kon ook nie daarin slaag om vervoer van pad na spoor om te skakel nie. Daar is geen erns nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. Good.
House Chairperson will support the vote. Thank you.
The ANC.
Ndolibuwa muhulisei mulangadzulo chimebi chulwane vo Phemi Majodina na mthusa chimebi chulwane vo Doris. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports the budget vote number 40 on transport. This budget vote seeks to enhance transport in the country, which is an important economic driver. Our transport system is governed in many sectors by the highest international standard in aviation and marine. This budget vote particularly seek to develop road and rail infrastructure for the benefit of the economy and the people. Furthermore, this budget vote for transport seeks to further development of public transport for the benefit of the working class and the poor. Opposition parties which oppose this budget vote are opposing transport infrastructure development and public transport development for the working class and the poor. Rine sa African National Congress rikotikedza hoyu mugaganya gwama wa vote ya mahumi mana. Rine sa ANC richikotikedza nga uri udo khwinipadza matshilo a lushaka lwa Afrika Tshipembe. Mulalo Afrika Tshipembe, ANC ido rivusa ichi ya panda.
All honorable members, thank you. The following objections have been received: the Democratic Alliance, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. Are there any further objections? No further objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote 41, water and sanitation. There's request for declaration. The DA.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, there are huge storm clouds gathering on the horizon. And those clouds have names. They're called water, sanitation, energy, and food. And according to the World Economic Forum, access to water is now one of the 3 biggest risks in doing business in this country. Furthermore, the interdependence of water, energy, and food, all 3 which are crucial for a properly functioning economy, is dangerously overlooked by this government. For years now, industry experts, academics, and politicians alike have raised their alarm about water and sanitation, all to no avail. You see, water continues to be wasted on a massive scale. Revenues are still not collected. Maintenance is non-existent. And nobody's gone to jail for looting the resources of the people. And so clearly radical interventions are required throughout the country, with the exception of the Western Cape, which continues to outperform all other provinces, also in the fields of water and sanitation. And as we speak, honorable members, infrastructure, as far as water and sanitation is concerned, is collapsing all across the country. And that is why we need to spend 1 trillion rand. 1 trillion rand just to arrest further decay. That means 100 billion rand every year for the next 10 years. You see, government needs to understand that the private sector is not your enemy. The private sector is even willing to foot most of this enormous bill, provided that this lame duck government, with its lame duck president, can get its act together. And so, Chair, we urge the government today to stop the madness of racializing water licenses. It will not save your bacon at the ballot box next year. The DA will fight this latest assault on non-racialism with all the means at our disposal because it's the right thing to do. Instead of fiddling with race regulations, whilst the taps are literally running dry, the ANC should be putting water along with energy at the very top of the country's agenda. And that is why, Chair, we today reiterate our call to the President to convene with the greatest sense of urgency a national water summit in order to find effective solutions and to bring about drastic interventions before it's too late. Chair, honorable members, on a lighter note, may I close by observing that every time that the Honorable Minister of Finance comes to this House, he reminds all of us that that side of the House, the ANC, is all hat and no cattle. All hat and no cattle. And that, Honorable Chair, is why we firmly believe the DA should be firmly in the saddle. I thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, as we come to the end of a very long day with vote 41, water and sanitation, I'm very glad that the Honorable Minister of Finance has been seated here throughout. Because Honorable Minister, you would have heard the kind of comments coming from all sides of the House on specific budget votes. Now, the one tragedy or the one failing of this parliament and all the parliaments before us is that we have not applied our own legislation, which is the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, which is an act that we passed. It was an act that the minister at that time, your predecessor, did not want to introduce, and Parliament introduced it. And it provides Parliament with an opportunity to amend budgets. But up to now, we have not used that opportunity to amend any budget that comes from the executive. Because the thing is that we don't have the time specified within that legislation. We need to relook at the legislation and we need to hold the executive to account. We can't have an executive budget being foisted on us as Parliament. Hopefully in the 7th Parliament, if you are still the minister, I don't know. But you are going to get many, I hope that the new parliamentarians will exercise this opportunity here to look at budgets. Minister, just to follow on the last honorable speaker about infrastructure, water infrastructure, we must not only focus on legacy projects of infrastructure, new infrastructure, we must look at maintenance of existing infrastructure. And the unfortunate 23 deaths in Hammanskraal was largely because of a lack of maintenance of the infrastructure there that caused the water to be contaminated, whoever did it. But government needs to top slice money for maintenance of infrastructure. Minister, if that can be done as a general principle, that we look at maintenance, then I think we'll go a long way. If you look at sanitation plants, if you look at our government buildings, I mean, there are very few government buildings that we feel proud to walk into, whether it's Home Affairs or any other department, unless they are new buildings. So something's got to be done in the overall crafting of budgets at an executive level to make sure that we top slice money for some of these things which are necessary to take us forward and to make us proud as South Africans. So hopefully the next time round, budget will be amended as we come to this process here, which you will also be part of. So we will support water and sanitation, but I hope, Honorable Minister, those general principles are taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson will support the vote, but we do need to raise concerns around the latest report that was released this week regarding the water quality that shows that about 50% of municipalities are reported to be in critical condition regarding wastewater treatment facilities, and that they've failed to make any improvements since 2022. And given the recent cholera outbreak that occurred in Hammanskraal and now the Northwest and the Free State as well, and the analysis provided by the green, no drop, and blue certification programs, this shows the full extent of the current water infrastructure in our country. From 2013, we've seen the number of wastewater systems that were labeled as being in critical condition have risen from 248 out of 824 to 334 out of 850. In response to the outrage regarding the lives lost to the cholera outbreak last week, President Ramaphosa assured South Africans that our water was of high quality. But having close to 40% of our water plants failing to manage their waste facilities correctly cannot be associated with the words high quality. Only 34 of the 168 plans given by these water certification programs were implemented out of 151. Only 36% had above average gradings. 41% received a bad grading for microbiological water quality and compliance. 55% received bad on their chemical compliance, and 11 municipalities didn't even bother to provide evidence despite instructions. So this is a man-made crisis, House Chair, and if we continue to accept these standards at high quality, we obviously run higher risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Just as a matter of principles, to address one or two things, Honorable Maybeck, on the issuance of the water licenses in South Africa, of 100% of licenses that are issued, 90% of them lies in the hands of white racist Afrikaners. In order for you to change that structure, you should be rational about it. Because if you don't, you will consistently give it to whites. And therefore, you don't call that racist, but you are addressing the previously disadvantaged people to enter into that fray. So if you are saying you are going to fight against it, means you want to still continue the racial denomination of water licenses in the world. It must not be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed, and it must be fought by all means, because you are not necessarily taking into cognizance the demographics of the country.
Order, honourable members.
Chairperson.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Mashiko. Honourable Mashiko, take your seat, please. Honourable Schreiber, you don't have any right to tell a member to go and sit and leave the podium. I'll ask you to leave this chamber. Please continue, Honourable Mashiko.
It is for that reason that South Africans electorate had in 2019 general elections mandated the African National Congress to continue governing and to prioritize the rollout and provision of water infrastructure to ensure the availability of clean water for all South Africans. Honorable members, the Portfolio Committee has considered the annual performance plans of the Department of Water and Sanitation and its entities, and we can confirm that they are in line with the spirit of the electoral mandate to ensure the rollout and expansion of access to water and sanitation infrastructure to all our people, irrespective of race, gender, and demographic location. Expanding access to water and sanitation infrastructure is an important achievement to this democratic government. Through the rollout of the big infrastructure projects, women, youth, and people living with disability are benefiting through the department's procurement. The African National Congress, in supporting this particular budget, wants to implore that indeed, Honorable Singh, your concern should be addressed. The issue of infrastructure, the development and infrastructure working on should be done. For that reason, the African National Congress support budget 41. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize the Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members, order. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 41, water and sanitation, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Virtually, we are 163. In the House, 38. The total is 201, voting in support. Thank you.
The DA.
Chairperson, in the House, 18, online 57, total of 75 voting against.
The EFF.
11 online, 17 in the House, 28 against.
The FF plus. Sorry, the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We 2 in the House now and 8 subject to confirmation, 10 in favor. Thank you.
The FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 4 in the House, 6 on online, that is 10 voting against.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. We are 3 on virtual, 1 in the House, 4 voting against.
The UDM.
1 in the House, voting against, Chair.
The ATM. Good.
2 on the platform, voting in favor.
The NFP.
1 on virtual in support.
The AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. The voting session is now closed. Order, honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. Order. There's no abstentions. 118 voted against, 214 voted in favor. Vote 41, water and sanitation is thus agreed to. Honorable members, that completes the decision on the votes. I now put the schedule as a whole. Are there any objections? The DA?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Are there any further objections?
Yes, Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF plus.
And the ACDP.
And the UDM.
Are there any further objections? Honorable members, with those objections, the schedule is therefore agreed to. The secretary will read the last order of the day.
Second reading, appropriation bill.
Honorable members, as there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? The DA?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
EFF objects, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further objections?
FF plus objects.
Yes.
The ACDP objects.
And the UDM, Chair.
Are there any further objections? And with those objections, order, with those objections, the bill will be read a second time.
Appropriation bill.
Order. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable members, let me appreciate the cooperation that we received from the whips, and also indeed for the presence of the Minister of Finance since this morning to be part of this process. Thank you very much. And let us also recognize the Honorable Minister of Social Development that was here for the better part of the day. Honorable members, I now request members to stand and wait for the chair and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned.